see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Officer.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Officer.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. I'm trying something a little bit different tonight. I kind of got a projector and it does a whole bunch of cool stuff, but I don't know which one I like the best. So hey Cinderella, good to see you. So this is kind of what I came up with for tonight, and it's like supposed to simulate the Northern Lights, but there's like green and blue in there. So I hope you enjoy it. I saw love horses in there. Love horses were sending prayers and love to you. I'm so sorry to hear about that. And hey Jude, good to see you. Thanks for making me laugh. Hey Jude. We have Anne, good to see you. Anne. Megan, good to see you. We have Cal Gal, we have Busy Mama. Thank you so much for hitting that like, you guys. And then I see Carla, Town Chat Cafe, Little Redo, Prayer Warrior, Show Poodles, CC, and Blessed. So nice to see all of you guys tonight. And had a really nice day off yesterday. If you haven't had a chance to watch Mr. and Mrs. E's Crimecast, definitely go over there and Mr. and Mrs. E's was so good, Carla. That's cute. And I got clips for us tonight. So I put together clips from Seth's live, and we're gonna watch some of those. There's some really good information in there. Hey Rob Beanie, a call to action that Seth put in. Also some emails, like if you would like to volunteer, if you wanted a bracelet. I believe they're sending flyers and bracelets. So definitely write those down, and I will repost them in the description tonight. And I could probably even do one better and posted on my community wall, which I try to post stuff on there all the time. Yeah, thanks. Hey Jude, this is Mr. and Mrs. E's Crimecast right here, and it was pretty hilarious. And you kind of need that in kind of what was really, really gross. They were going over the RICO, right? And there was a lot of things in the RICO that were just if you don't laugh, it'll make you so mad, right? So it's kind of better to just you know take what is being said in there with a grain of salt, because we know that it's not true, right? There was some really ugly stuff in there, but then it was funny because they swear there's like these packets that we get right, and it was just comical. We were kind of just making any joke that we could. I think the best I think the best joke was packet envy. I think that's the one. Hey Donna, good to see you. Oh, good. Well, then we'll watch some of it. I took out some like the quieter parts, right? Seth did it. I thought Seth and Tony did a great job. And it's really hard to be up here, right? Especially if you're not like used to being a creator, right? Hey there, Connie S. Good to see you. Good to see you. And good to see Mountain Mama. Who did I say? Did I get everybody? Yeah, Carla, the bracelets are so neat. I mean, like, I think that's a great idea. It's just a way to get awareness out there, and people ask you about it, and it's a positive thing. So, but I think that they did a great job again. It's really hard being up here. And keep in mind, they had 3,000 people in the chat at any given time. I mean, I think the most I've ever had is like 300 people in here. So I do not know what it's like to even have like 1,000 people, but it's really hard. And they were so gracious with answering questions, and you'll see though, it was very good, I believe. And but I took out some of kind of the quieter moments when Seth was working on something, or maybe he was reading a chat, because sometimes my problem that I have up here is sometimes I'll just read something off, and then when I get halfway through it, I'm like, oh, I probably shouldn't have read that one. And so, but he did good, I thought. Yeah, exactly, Carla. And that's the thing. You kind of just build an audience, and then depending on what you're talking about, people like to come in. And so it's a good thing. I think it's really good. Let me see here. I'm going to play this very first one for us because we have like 13 or so. Yeah, we have 13 to get through tonight. And so I want to kind of jump right into this first one. And again, they were thanking a bunch of people in the beginning. So I took that part out because, as sweet as it is, I don't want you guys to have to kind of listen through all of that. But, very gracious, mentioning as many people as they could. There were a lot of super stickers and chats, and also memberships being given out. So really great, positive. So here we go, guys.
Hope everybody's doing okay this evening. As always, we appreciate your support every day more than the day before, and can't tell you how much we appreciate those of you that have supported Seth and Sebastian from day one, and anybody that came along the way. So we are eternally grateful.
We'll always be grateful, and I appreciate all the help. We will find Sebastian. That is the only goal that I have. We have a whole bunch of people that are in chat, and I appreciate all of you. Just put up a new community post with Sebastian's picture on there, if anybody's needing it, so that they can go ahead and make copies. Two prints. Prayers for Sebastian and Seth. Thank you. Hey Jude. There's just so many people.
We can get moving, Seth, and then you can go back and we can thank some more people in the middle or at the end.
That's fine. I don't want anybody to think that I'm not, I appreciate everybody in here. Well, I know that it's been around. I did do the interview for America's Most Wanted for Sebastian. I do not know when it will air. I do know that I was on it, and from my understanding, they interviewed Chris and Katie as well. So hopefully it gets out there to people, and we'll have more people looking for Sebastian. As soon as I do know when it's going to air, I will definitely let everybody know. It will definitely be on there.
Seth, I just put that in the chat, buddy. It's going to be end of April or 1st of May.
Alrighty. I don't know who else is going to be on there. I just know that they came in and took a lot of pictures of Sebastian's room and my house and Sebastian's stuff. So,
How'd you feel about that, buddy?
mixed feelings. You know how I am about my house. You know how I am about my sanctuary. You really know how I feel about people going into Sebastian's room.
I do.
It's not it's not something I like to be doing, but I will. I will do anything to get Sebastian's name out there. Period. It's all that matters, of getting his name out there to find him and bring him home.
And they specifically requested that, correct?
Yes, they did.
So for those that have not been in your home and certainly haven't been in Sebastian's room,
They'll get a...
what does that look like? Is that you go in and you tidy his room up, or you left it exactly the way it was, or just generally speaking, what does that look like?
I vacuumed his floor. I mean, after I put his room back together, pretty much, didn't really need anything done. His laundry is still on the end of his bed where he needed to put it away when he came home. I mean, he got some Christmas gifts that people sent in. They're on his bed as well. His Christmas gifts for me, his birthday gifts that came in, again, they're on his bed too. So when he comes in, he can see them. It's just one of the things that I've done is when me and him would go out, if I had to go, like if I needed an oil, or if I was, doing an oil change on my truck, or needed windshield wiper fluid or anything like that, or going to Walmart, always went through the toy section. Always looking for like Hot Wheels or, anything for him to add. He's got so many Hot Wheels. And it's just like every time we find one that he didn't have, it was, all right, buy it. It didn't matter if it was like Christmas or not, So it just ends up being a lot of stuff that I can't stop doing.
Right.
That I've been doing for, over a decade.
How did the interview go in general in your mind?
Well, I always think I suck on and bomb on interviews, but I was told that I did well. I guess when the people that are interviewing tell you did well, they've got more experience at it than I am. I just for over a year now, I've been doing things that I've never wanted to do. I've never been a person to want to be in front of the camera, but nobody else is, not for Sebastian's sake. So I want to do it. It's not one of those things that you can just say no to. I can say no when my son is home. I can be like, nope, I'm not doing that. I don't need to be on camera anymore.
Right.
But until he comes home, I got to make sure that I'm out there spreading his name, getting his picture out there. So
you have certainly done that in spades.
Yeah, so it's got to be so hard, guys, for them to have to do interviews. Just everybody involved doing interviews. Because it's just not something that anybody is ever used to. They're just not. And then I wanted to say thank you to Carla. That was such a kind comment. Thank you, Carla. And Crochet, thank you so much too. And CalGal also said, I just hauled a load of horses from Tampa, Florida to Seattle, left a green trail of flyers along the way. Thank you so much. That is wonderful. And, you know, it's just little things like that to really spread awareness. I mean, gosh, you know, and last time I was traveling, I did that too, and I didn't even ask. I just was like putting them up. Like, if they don't want them, they'll take them down, but at least some people will see them before that happens. So Meg, that's funny. um, Aw, Connie says my beagle playing with the treat puzzle, so noisy. Um, yeah, my beagle was crying right when I came on, and I don't know, Connie. I don't. Maybe it's weird. It's not a full moon or anything like that. Hey Sasha, good to see you. Hey Jude, I saw that you have a possum. Goodness sakes. We have like a lot of raccoons. I haven't seen a possum yet, but there's a lot of raccoons. It's funny. They're actually so cute, I think. Um, so really quick, guys, Seth has posted on his community wall some phone numbers, and he's going to get into it later on in the live of kind of the call to action, what he's asking us to do. But it's really just reaching out any way we possibly can to spread awareness to all 50 states, right? Which I think is really important. He also has information on the different embassies. So just a really great idea to spread awareness. And then also, I thought it was really sweet of Seth that he wanted to acknowledge everyone. He wanted everyone to feel thanked and know how grateful he was for the super chats and the super stickers and things like that. And so he was trying to get through everybody, but he just couldn't. And then America's Most Wanted interviewed Seth, and he heard that Katie and Chris were also interviewed, and it's going to be airing at the end of April or the 1st of May, according to Tony. So, you know, just kind of keep that to be determined on your calendars. And I'm guessing that Seth will probably post on his community wall as well, you know, when it comes a little bit closer to that time. But, you know, they have been interviewed. So they came in and took pictures of Sebastian's room, Seth's, you know, house. Also took pictures of Sebastian's stuff. And, you know, Tony asked Seth, you know, how do you feel about that? And of course, he said, you know, that he's basically a private person and he really didn't enjoy, you know, people coming in and doing that, but it's just something that he has to do, and he knows he does until Sebastian comes home. And then he's saying that he will decline the interviews, which I don't blame him. I think we should just, you know, let him be at that point, but that's just my opinion. And America's Most Wanted did request to come into the home, and you know, that way they can interview Seth and get a better picture of, you know, who Sebastian was, you know, and that sort of thing. And then of course, I think too, it helps them get a better idea of kind of who someone is, right? Because when you come into someone's home, you kind of get a good idea of their personality. And so maybe they wanted to go there and visit and see what kind of personality, you know. Hey, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, good to see you. So that really, really helps, I think. And then also, you know, Tony asked Seth what what Sebastian's bedroom looks like. And of course, you know, he said that his bed is full of Christmas and birthday gifts. He said that Sebastian really likes Hot Wheels and he collects Hot Wheels. Also, let's see, it must just be so hard to do the interviews, you know, again, just kind of circling back to the beginning. It's just so hard, I bet, to have people come into your house that you don't know and film things. Like I don't know that I would like that very much. You know, I think it would be very awkward, but then again, like Seth said, it's something that, you know, has to be done to spread awareness. There's going to be so many people that are going to be able to view Sebastian's story from America's Most Wanted. And, you know, they have a really great track record of catching the bad guys, right? And so it's great. Carla says, I like that Mike um, on YouTube, he stated, why does America's Most Wanted want to interview the suspects? They usually want to arrest them. And I died laughing. Yeah, Carla, it's kind of different this time, right? Especially because we know so much about the people in the case. I agree there. Like, I think the way that I frame it in my brain is kind of like, I wonder if they're gonna see through Katie and Chris, and I mean, you know, maybe they're gonna come away from it and be like, no, we don't think they had anything to do with it. You know, we just don't know. But it is odd, right? Because we just think, you know, it's odd for us in this situation because again, you know, we're all familiar with America's Most Wanted, and usually you'll see fugitives on there and you'll hear the story, but I'm very curious to see how they frame the story, right? Because it's not really normal. It's different in a lot of different ways. And Town Chat Cafe says, hey, Lady Freedom, did you see the revised poster for Sebastian? I added Detective Carter's phone number to it. Oh, fantastic, fantastic, Town Chat Cafe. I did see the brand new one. I believe it's the one that I used for my thumbnail, but I just used the top part of it, the have you seen me, the reward, you know, kind of just for something different. But yes, and because that one is posted on Seth, so when he was in here the other night, he asked, could you please, you know, repost? And I apologize, guys. When I was doing it in the right order because I started like, I was doing it backwards. So like that way, the first one, you know, it would go in order when I posted it, but then one little stray one got away from me. So I apologize, but it's all 50 states and it's all numbered, and that's what Seth did. And I just I didn't I reposted it. I didn't like do my own version of it. But you know, we're going to continue to kind of work on that because I'm really asking all of you to take some time to work on that list. And even if you have to call like one number a day or whatever, or two numbers if you get through, because I know sometimes getting through is difficult, but there's a lot of legwork involved. And the more that we can help Seth with that, I think the better. I think it'd be a really positive way to do good in the case. You know, or if you have a fax machine still, fax over Sebastian's missing flyer, and you know, it's just going to pop up on their fax machine. And you know, with them being law enforcement, they're going to put it on a bulletin board somewhere, you know. So I think that's really, really important. But thank you, Town Chat Cafe, for adding Detective Carter's name to it. Because again, you all know how I feel about Detective Carter. I feel like he's doing everything that he needs to be doing. And I think that it's really important for us to thank him and to root him on, you know, be a cheerleader for him. And Busy Mama says, Jude says she left work and didn't make it back home. Oh, for which one? Sorry, guys, did I miss something? You guys are speaking Espanol in the chat. I wonder if they did Two Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mama. I'm sure they went to the house. I mean, you know, I'm sure while they were in town, you know, they spoke with Chris and Katie, I would imagine, you know, unless someone said no. Oh, okay. I gotcha. I got you, Town Chat Cafe. That might be a good idea, though. Privatizing your page. I've thought about that. Well, you know, and you can always block people too. You can block them if they're giving you trouble. and then you just ignore them, and it's like they don't even exist. And Robini says, well, supposedly that's where he disappeared from, so I'd hope so. Yeah, I mean, I would hope so too, Robini, and I hope that they frame the story correctly. Like, this young man was in his bed the last time his mother knew, and, you know, that's the safest place that anybody can be. And I apologize, guys, that is not my mic, that's my air conditioner. And it's gonna pop on because it's like, it's very humid. Like, today was really hot and sunny here. And so I apologize for that, but I'll try to, let me put my mic up, oh, just a little bit. I tried to put that up. And then Carla says, yes, innocent until proven guilty in a court. I've already ruled guilty. Right, court. And see, the court of public opinion is different, right? Because everybody is entitled to have their own opinions, and they're going to have their own opinions. And I think it's good, though, because, you know, we have to really look at every possibility. And so I don't really like to say, oh, well, that person doesn't know what they're talking about, until I kind of understand where they're coming from. Now, a lot of theories, you know, we've gone over and gone over and gone over, and it's like, okay, I think we can safely rule that out. But then again, it's difficult here because we don't have a whole lot of definitive answers from law enforcement. But we are going to hear a little bit later and talk about one definitive answer that Seth did share with us. And hey, Peggy, good to see you. Good to see you, just me. And, you know, and welcome in everybody. Welcome in everyone who's in the bushes. Diane says, hey, Diane, she says they don't get more believable, in my opinion. See, yeah, no, they're not. I don't think so either. I think, and I also think that these people who were sent to interview, you know, they talk to people all the time. So it's not like, you know, they're going to be easily manipulated or swayed, in my opinion. I think they're probably like we are, you know, very suspicious as it is. And so I agree. Hey, K-Mac, good to see you. I didn't mention a reward. Oh, okay. The one, the newest one does, or are you talking about the other one? So, Carla, you know, the reason is because they're trying to spread awareness everywhere. So, unfortunately, law enforcement really doesn't talk to other law enforcement as much as we would like them to, or as much as maybe they would even like to as well, you know. But that way we're spreading awareness to every single state, you know. And I think it's important as well to do it in our own, you know, areas as well, because we just don't know where Sebastian is. But that's a good question. Thank you. I don't know, Sasha. I'm not sure. Thank you, Diane. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. I'm not sure about all of the church peoples. You know what I mean? I'm not sure how all of that really is connected. I mean, I know that allegedly, you know, the Bower Sox attend Freedom Church in Gallatin. Allegedly, that's where Chris and Katie would take Sebastian sometimes. But Chris also stated that they didn't always, you know, have one particular church that they like to attend. So, again, very cloudy. That's another thing I want to point out while we're on the subject, is that you will see that even though Seth, sometimes it had taken him a second to kind of recollect, or, you know, just regular conversation, when he's asked a question, and he's going to go over, I have more clips to go over, but he's going to go over audience questions. And when he does, he just answers the question. And it's not like, well, here, let me help you out. And, oh, well, and there's not a lot of fluff, right, that we get with Chris Proudfoot. He is very straight to the point because he wants his son found. It doesn't, nothing else matters to him. Nothing else matters, in my opinion. And nothing else does matter, period. There's a missing child. We need to find him. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, yes, I reposted his flyer in tons of local hip pages and on tower climber pages. Oh, cool. I don't even know what that is. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. All right. Says, since they travel all over the U.S. That is so cool. Okay. You'll have to email me that or something, and maybe I could repost it on something. I need to go post it on my Facebook and stuff like that. I'm terrible with all of that kind of stuff, guys. Especially, like, I just focus on YouTube so hard that I don't even yeah, he is KJ Mack. He just really is working hard. And, it just helps a lot if you can have a couple of people dial some numbers for you, because even that takes, a couple minutes depending. Sometimes, you'll have to sit on hold and stuff. And that can be so frustrating, like for somebody who just wants to have their kid found, and there's so much that he needs to be doing. And so it can just be so overwhelming. If he has more people helping him, I think it's going to take a lot of stress off and allow him to really focus in on more important areas, So, um, oh, great, Busy Mama. She says, I printed off a missing flyer and I hope to get it more printed off on Friday. That is amazing. And then I think I told you guys too, whenever I went to go print flyers, they gave them to me at a really cheap cost. They upped the paper quality. If you catch somebody who is really sweet, or if you go and show the manager, right? Because I didn't even think about that. This woman was just sweet as can be, and she's like, "I'm gonna do one better for you." Once she realized what I was, printing out, and she was amazing. And I'm like, can I give you a hug, because I'm a hugger? And she's like, sure. I'm like, okay, good, because I would have been bummed if she would have said no. But yeah, the people, you'd be surprised how many people want to help. It's really a good feeling. um Town Chat Town Chat Cafe says, the poster I made is specifically designed to post up on your Facebook background profile. Oh, okay. It's the one. That's right. I know exactly. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Sometimes I'm ditzy. Okay, thank you so much, Town Chat Cafe. Great. And I'll do any shareable, like if there's flyers that you guys want to make and send to me, I will post them on my community wall and ask people to share them. Because I made my own flyer for Sebastian months ago because I was complaining and then I thought, you know what? I was complaining. I feel better now. Let me go do something about it. And so I made a whole flyer in green and put all of the different pictures of him. It's definitely not professional or anything like that, but it was just showing kind of different pictures of Sebastian, because I think that that's important. And I will always post anything that you guys want to send me to, just something different, so, and just make sure you put good information on it, but, and Sasha says, anyone know, is Miss Missy with the fence at church? Yeah, see, I don't know, Sasha. I'm not sure at all. Um, Tony said something funny in here, and we'll hear it in a sec. But he said, well, maybe not in an actual sec because I don't know which clip it is. But he said, if you don't like someone, just stay away from them. And so that's what I do with the flying monkey socks. I do. I just kind of stay away. But if I see something, I'll repost it and share it with you guys. But aw, thanks, Connie. Oh, thank you, Meow. Good to see you, Meow. Hey, Judy. Judy says, oh, yeah, it's going to snow here, and you're bragging about the AC. Hi, love. Hey, Judy. That's so funny. I'm telling you, today I didn't know it was going to be so hot. And I try to take my dog to the dog park, when it's kind of, the sun's kind of going down and stuff. And both of us were hot. He's like, just panting, and I'm like, oh my gosh, buddy, I'm sorry. And their paws will get hot on the pavement, so I try to be careful with that. But Judy. And Tom Chat Cafe says, okay, we'll go work on my channel and try to figure out how to organize it and change it to public. Yeah, yeah. Go to your studio. Everything is in the studio app. And then if you cannot find it, you have to go to the, you have to actually search studio desktop login, and it'll bring you to a whole different version of it, because it's a different version when you're using it on your computer versus or laptop versus when you do it on your phone. It's really strange. And then iPhones, of course, are always going to be compatible with nothing other than iPhones, because it's a completely different operating system than the droids use, and Windows and software and stuff like that doesn't work on, Mac has its own software that you download that mirrors Excel and, etc. I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm a nerd somewhat. And Sasha says, then there were lights in a vehicle in the middle of the night in the backyard and a bunch of abuse prior. So yeah, definitely. And, I don't like to discount the ABUSC either, Sasha. No, it really upsets me. And it's something that I always consider when I think about what happened to Sebastian. I do. And I know it's frustrating. Thank you, Hey Jude. Yes, Diane, thank you. We are Sebastian's Army, and we are Sebastian Strong. I came on early. I promised you guys I was going to try to do it early this week, and here I am. And I'm like, yes, I got it at least to 10. Like, I know I was 4 minutes late, though. I was 4 minutes late because I was uploading the last of the videos. And, like, sometimes it's weird. Like, sometimes it'll upload really quick, and then other times it just sits there, and I'm like, come on now. Would you just upload? I'm glad you're in chat, Judy, as always, though. And Robini says, I'm in mid Ohio. It's 46 and we have flood warning. Oh my gosh, I know. In all the rain and tornadoes and things like that, tornado warnings that were going off yesterday, Mr. and Mrs. E were like, uh-oh, we're gonna have to go in the storm shelter and broadcast. But it was a really good one, guys. And the packet jokes were off the hook. I mean, we were we were doing it up with the packet jokes. Because, I mean, you could make a joke about a whole lot of stuff like, oh, I didn't get my packet, what the heck? Or, just all of it. We wore out the packet jokes, but there was so many really good ones that, like, every single one of them, I was laughing so hard. DC Primetime says parents and teens need to work together and raise money for actual searches. Oh, okay. Parents and teams. Thank you, DC Primetime. Yeah, I believe that too. And I think that, there's a lot of areas I think that have been exhausted, but, then you think back to sometimes you'll hear a news story where they'll be like, that same area was searched over and over again. And that's actually where the person was. So, I agree with you. I agree. That we need to do more searches. We really do. It's just something that could really help law enforcement out too, because, I mean, they don't have the resources available sometimes either. So thank you, DC Primetime. I agree. Very familiar with what city you're close to. I'm in Florida. I'm in Florida, Sasha. So I've never been to Cincinnati. I have never been to Cincinnati. Oh, Carla says if you have a trucker in your family that travels all over, ask them to post flyers on their route and man a man in Crime Time Buzz said he was doing this. Yes, you know, he has come into my chat too, Carla, and I think I remember him coming in here. And you know, I know that you could even do the magnets that go on the back. Like, I don't know if you'd have to like own your rig to do that, but you could also slap one on the side of it. That is such a good idea. And I'm glad to hear that he's doing that, because yeah, those are the people that can really get a lot of, you know, miles in, you know, state to state. Um, I went to the UPS store, just locally in Springfield, Missouri, and they did it. And, the lady was just so sweet. So yeah, it was just a UPS store. I have an old printer, but I don't know. I don't even know if it works. I found it in my, you know, when we moved and stuff. Um, Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, Jude, that's right. CP's father, MP, was a truck driver. Yeah. And, you know, I don't know. Staples gives you a discount. Okay. Yeah. And I heard they do that too. Hey, Jude, I did. I heard that Staples will give you a discount as long as you ask for one, or, you know, sometimes they'll print them out for free. You know, I mean, sometimes it just depends. It just depends who you get. You know, there might be somebody that thinks, you know what, I'll print these out for you and I'll pay for them. You know what I mean? There's just, people are so kind everywhere. Um, Okay, if you go to my posts, you'll see posts up there. Like, it's kind of in the middle underneath the screen, and you'll see, you can kind of go to like my shorts, videos, lives, and then posts will be like kind of down a little bit further. And Busy Mama says, perfectly imperfect boy, Mom, you can go to Staples and any office supply to print them off. Yeah. And I know like Kinko's does too, because there's a FedEx near me, but it was, the UPS store was closer. And so I just went there. But yeah, Kinko's, Staples, um, which FedEx is, a lot of the Kinko's are in FedEx's. Um, yes, 100% fact. We have fact. That's good. Hey, Holly S. Good to see you. There you go. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Thank you so much. It's cold in Nebraska too, Carla. Yeah, I couldn't believe how nice the weather was today, because I was in the air most of the day, but then like when I went to go to the dog park, I was like, oh man, I should have probably went to the pool or something. It was hot today. Um, Thank you. Okay, thanks, Judy. Thank you so much. I will look for it. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't check my emails yesterday. It was bad. I haven't checked them. Um, just because I was busy kind of getting some other things together. Um, like I said, I'm trying to change my set a little bit. This is not going to be like permanent, but I just thought this would be kind of different and cool today, just to do something kind of fun. But I still haven't really figured out like what all I'm going to be doing. And then I know I need to get some more good lights back here, so that way I can post Sebastian's flyer up like where it can be more prominent in here. Um, Oh, wow, K-Mac. Wow. Oh my goodness. So over the weather. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, and it seems like it's been, the last couple even months have been really like tornado watches, flooding, different things like that, you know. Um, oh, you had rain in Indiana, Connie, and some people lost power. Oh my goodness. Hey, Baba Rose, good to see you. The packet jokes had me dying. Perfectly perfect boy, Mom. I was laughing so hard. I was like a little hyena over here. I'm like, the packet jokes. They were just too funny. They were too funny. You know, because nobody tells us what to say, you know, and then Josh from the lab comes in. He said, he said something about like an F the haters t-shirt, you know, and I was like, well, that needs to go in the packet and that needs to be sent out. And Hey Jude was funny. She was saying, you know, packet snacks. So it's hilarious. You guys got to go watch it. Megan Elsa's packet. I like a goodie bag at a party. At a birthday party, ridiculous, right? Just like that, you know, and that's just, you know, and Some someone said their packet came with like 6 Jordan almonds, and I was dying laughing at that. That one was a good one too. And then I was teasing Jude. Jude said she has a whole library of of packets, and I said, "Oh yeah, I knew you were holding out. Hey Jude." I asked her for a packet. She never got one to me. Oh my gosh, it's terrible. Well, you guys all be careful in these storms. I'm gonna be in packet snacks. Yeah, and then oh gosh, and then I asked the person who said about the Jordan almonds. I said, "Was that a packet inside of a packet inside of your packet?" And then Hey Jude said, "Hot packets." It was fantastic. I really needed that because I was having a rough week last week. I was like, I didn't even know it was Friday, and it was Friday. I was like, is it really Friday? Like, wow, I didn't think that the week went by so fast. Because I wanted to get you guys another summer installment, oh my goodness, a hailstorm, KJ Mac or K Mac. Oh my gosh. It was so funny, Raw Beanie. It was fun. I want to get a copy of the flyer for Sebastian Rogers so I can make some to put up around here. Yeah, and there's different emails and things that are going to come up in the live, and I'm going to post them up too. So that way, and even if you were to post 10 in the area, that was another challenge. I think it was guidance. She was challenging people to do that, and I think that's a great challenge. And that was one of the things that Seth had asked us to do, around our own area, and I believe that was around Christmas time. Judy, I never got a packet. I felt so left out. Like I would like for them to show me what it looks like, but they won't. But they can't. Oh my goodness. And it's just it's so silly. It's so silly. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, unless a search is organized by someone other than Seth, I don't think it will happen since he believes Sebastian is alive. Well, and I just feel like they've really searched the area pretty thoroughly. But then again, of course, I hate saying that again because people have been found in the same area people were searching too. So Rob Beatty, isn't it? I'm going through YouTube earlier looking for something. I passed multiple channels saying the same thing, but we get packets. I'm telling you guys, it would make my life easier because then I wouldn't think of topics for the show or anything. I would just say, hey, where's my packet and my snacks? And I'd have my snacks and I just get so much more work done. Oh, man. They won't do copies here by you, Anne? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, what if you guys have like I said, Staples or just like wherever you take packages to, they'll usually print stuff off for you. I share my packet snacks with you, Jude. I like snacks. Jude puts an olive in there and a croissant. Oh, hey Jude, it's been a member for 3 months. My goodness, I can't believe it's been that long. Aw, packet snacks for all. Thank you, hey Jude. You guys crack me up. Aw. I know, the candles. I have the candle back here and it's like, hey, C. Taylor. Jude. Oh. Microwave popcorn packets. That would be a good packet snack, because you could just, stuff the envelope and there you go. I've requested chocolate in lieu of almonds, right? And that's what I was saying, C. Taylor, because someone said, well, what are those Jordan almonds? And I said, well, they're just like an almond that has like a candy coating, but I don't think there's any chocolate in it. I think it's just almond. You get them at baby showers and wedding showers and, that sort of thing. We're making Prayer Warrior hungry. Cinderella said, "That's really bad. I thought I was forgetful. Looking for my glasses on my head." Oh my goodness, I've done that plenty of times. Where's my sunglasses? Where's my, yeah, exactly. Mhm. Yes, yes, Robini. Yes. Sooner or later, God'll cut you down. I wish I wish we wouldn't get copyrighted, because I would like to put that song in one of my videos. Busy Mama, thank you so much for gifting a membership. If you guys get a membership from Busy Mama, please say thank you. That's so sweet of you. Aw. Hey, Irony Rose, good to see you. Irony Rose was there yesterday too. She knows. She was in there. You guys are cracking me up. Judy, thanks for being a member for a month. Thank you so much. She says, get your packets here, get your packets right here. Jude said that she was the packing professional, and then I said, if I come work for you, do I get a discount on my packets? And Anne says, I asked the UPS store and they said they don't do that anymore. Oh, okay. Maybe like FedEx, or, oh, you know who will do it is the library. Maybe check the library. We have a really big library over here, and I haven't been there, but I would love to go. Right now I want some crochet. I was talking on my phone and looking for it in my purse. I get like that, but see, I have two phones, so, well, because, one I'll work off of sometimes and the other one I won't, and well, because if I save stuff on my other phone, if it's a long video, it'll knock my phone out. I can't leave the page, instead, so I'll use my other one. You guys are so awesome. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and play this next clip for us.
Was there some sarcasm in there?
No,
You sure?
I'm 100% positive.
Good, because there's been some times that I'm pretty sure was I'm pretty sure you're like, oh, can't fix this.
Well, listen, you're a grieving father. You're not a content creator. You don't get, it's kind of like having your first child. You don't get a playbook, and you have to learn as you go. And people don't or should not expect you to be a public speaker or a content creator or anything other than that. This platform was set up so that we could share some private things, some real information, and not having to feel like that we were playing favorites if we did or didn't share that information. And I think the reception from Sebastian's Army to hearing you come on and speak and talk, I think that speaks for itself. So you don't owe anybody anything that you haven't already given them, which is pleading for help and sharing your son's story and having a look inside of his life and childhood. And I think you've done a remarkable job of that.
Well, there's always more that can be done, which actually kind of brings to why I wanted to come live today. I know that there's people out there asking about the interview, so I figured I'd let everybody know about it. I know that addressing certain things that are going on right now in the YouTube world, the only thing I ask is that we keep it above the belt, because our goal is to find Sebastian. My goal is to find Sebastian. I created Sebastian's Army to help find Sebastian. That's the only goal. Be great if we could find some more children too, but being a little selfish, I did this so I could keep Sebastian's name out there and find him.
Right.
I have been going through a list of numbers, and I will be sharing them on my community page later. And if anybody would like to assist with any of the calling, the faxing, sending emails, sending snail mail, all that sort of stuff, I would really appreciate it. He's, with the whole thumbnail and everything, it's like, I don't know if anybody remembers Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, but I feel that I'm now in the middle of Where in the World is Sebastian. And I know that there's a lot of people in Sebastian's army, and they're all around the world. And I'm just asking everybody to help. Those pictures that will be put out there, the numbers and everything, I need help. We haven't found him. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's any questions that people would like to ask. Obviously, not to do with anything in Pennsylvania, please. We'll not discuss anything about that. It is, I don't have the effort to put towards it. All my effort is going to find Sebastian. I want everybody to know that we are still getting leads in. We're still getting tips in. When they come in, when they come to me, I track them down. Same thing with Tony. Tony has been known to do that too. Even though he's a very, very busy man, he still finds time to help me, and I appreciate that, Tony.
Wouldn't have it any other way, buddy.
There's people out there I know that I don't talk too much anymore. Understand that it's not, don't take it personal. I'm busy. I'm really busy. And if I'm not busy, I'm trying to put my head back on my shoulders to figure out what the next step is. It never stops. It just never stops. Searches are more along the lines of handing out flyers. I even have business cards that I hand out with Sebastian's picture on it. Hold on one moment, William.
Okay, guys. Sorry, Django's barking a little bit there. Hey, Tony, good to see you. I know I came on a little bit early today. Good to see you, Tony. Thank you. Hey, Hope Floats. Good to see you guys coming in. Oh, I'm so glad, Tony. I love when you come in. I know, and I feel so bad because I want to hit everybody, but I can try to do some lives here and there during the day too. It just kind of gets so loud, and then little kids are outside playing and stuff like that. Not my little kids. I don't have any little kids. Either way, so Seth wishes that he can do more, right? So previously he was saying that I'm doing everything that I can, and Tony agreed, and he said, I think that you've been doing everything you can in spades. And then, Seth is kind of joking with Tony and says, are you being sarcastic? Because there's a lot of stuff that I want to do, but you tell me that I can't control certain things. And so it's kind of just like a little moment there where I think Seth wishes he could do more. And, sometimes he can't control certain things, right? But the things that he can, I think he's doing a good job of controlling those. And I really appreciate Seth for coming up and talking about Sebastian, for pleading for help, sharing Sebastian's story, who he is, who he was when he was little. Seth has also said that there is much, much more to be done. And I'm sure there is. And I mean, it's just that urgency that Seth has, that he needs to get these things done. So he asked us to keep stuff above the belt. and to keep Sebastian as the main goal, finding Sebastian. And the reason why he, created Sebastian's Army was for us to help find Sebastian, and he wanted a group of people who are caring, loving, and just want to find Sebastian. You know what I mean? And keep his name out there. He posted the list of numbers. I posted it on my community wall as well. He's asking us to send out emails from that list, to send out some snail mail. So one thing that I can kind of suggest, and it's not in any type of a packet or anything like that. Yes, astrology for mystics. That is my bad. So when I go into the non-studio version that I was talking about earlier, sometimes it's really, really tiny and you have to like zoom into it. So I apologize for that, because you should have a wrench astrology. But I think what he's talking about when it comes to like emails and snail mail is just, setting up awareness. And one really neat thing that you can do with an email is send out like a blast, right? And just like add in a whole bunch of people to it. And so you can do it that way. But then also like with snail mail, a handwritten letter, right? And those really make a difference. And then, slap a stamp on it and send it off to, in the mail. And those things can really help. I mean, the more letters that they get, I don't know if you guys are a fan of Stephen King, but he's my favorite writer. And there's a movie, it was a book, but they made a movie of it. It's called Shawshank Redemption. And it's about a man who was wrongfully accused of unaliving his wife, right? But he goes to prison, and he makes a difference while he's in there, right? So he wants to kind of refurbish their library. And so what he does is he writes one letter a week to the powers that be for them to furnish him with books. So he makes sure that he's very diligent and consistent and sends out these letters. And then all of a sudden one day he goes into the library and there's like all of these books that he has to put away because somebody, gave him books, and then they also sent him some money to buy some more. And they're like, please stop. It says, please don't send any more letters, because he was just sending letters and letters and letters and letters and things like that. And so that's the power of doing things like that, guys. We get answers. So, and it can just be however you want to write it. You know what I mean? This is Sebastian's flyer, attached to Sebastian's flyer. He's a 15-year-old who went missing from Hendersonville, but he's been missing for a year. He's 16 years old now, and we still haven't found him. Something like that. And it's very short, sweet, to the point. You know what I mean? And then you can post the flyer that has all the information on it, right? But the more people that we spread awareness to, the better. So I would just invite you to do that with the emails and stuff like that. And, if you feel like your letter is something that you want shown, we can do that too. I can make a slideshow of the letters. And that way we can play it on the channel, or I can send Seth the link, and he can see the call to action as being taken seriously, Oh gosh, Hey Jude, I love that movie so much. It is one of my favorites as well. It is. Hey Mama, good to see you. Ohio will be done. Yay. Thank you, Mama. I appreciate you. Busy Mama, thank you. Poor astrology for mystics. My goodness. I'm telling you, I always usually double check, and then I didn't have a chance to, and I should have double checked it because it's like teeny, teeny, tiny. You did? Tony. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. You have that movie, Anne? I do too. I have it too. It's so good. It's one of my favorite ones. And even when I moved, I kept that one handy because I thought this is one of my favorite movies. So, you guys, if you do DoorDash, oh yes, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says if you do DoorDash or any delivery services, you can hand flyers with the delivery also. Absolutely. I mean, I think that's a great idea. And especially, jobs where you work with the public, I mean, there's just so many possibilities if we work together. Hey, Brandy and Indy, good to see you. Just so many possibilities. Thank you, Tony. KJ Mac says, I have to head to bed. Good night, KJ Mac. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. It was so nice to have you. And your son has the book, and I know we were talking and you told me how much that your son likes Stephen King. He's one of my favorites. I mean, he's always been, even when I was younger, and people would say, why would you want to read him? He's scary. And I was like, I know, I like him though, because his characters are so in depth. That's why I like him. He's very descriptive. And he also, Seth also assures us that he's tracking down every lead and going down every rabbit hole. And so they're continuing to do that. Also, Seth is very busy and he's thinking about the next step. So if he doesn't always get back to everybody, cut him some slack, please, guys. Because like he said, it never stops. It's never ending for him. And, he does care a lot. He does. He cares a lot about everybody who is helping. He's so grateful, and I just can tell. And of course, I wasn't going to put it in, but go back to his channel and just see how many people he thanked that night, and he took out time to do so. Super sweet person, in my opinion. Thank you, Holly S. She says, I like K. Jude's picture. And Tony Fire's here. Hey, Tony Fire. I was so glad to see you were in the chat the other day when Tony Mathis was also in the chat. Oh my goodness. Oh, Holly S says, lady, I was just in Crime Time Buzzes. Oh, hold on a minute. I lost it here. Chat. And she has a source in Hendersonville. The source said that the 3 a.m. car is impounded. What? Really? That's great news, Holly. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. Let's see what they find. Wow. It's got 1,000 pages. He's so descriptive, and I was at a garage sale a couple years ago, and I got Stephen King's The Stand, and it was the uncut version, hardback. It was like $5, and it was like the best find. I was so excited. Also picked up Dolores Claiborne, another great book, movie, Kathy Bates. Mama says we need to do this for all missing children. Yes, we do. We do, Mama. Thank you for reminding us too. I think it's really important, and I need to be better about reposting on my community wall, because I was doing that for a really long time before I was going live and just doing the videos. I had a little bit more time to kind of post those up, but it's really important because kids are going missing, and it's just crazy. It's just absolutely bonkers, and I don't know why. I just don't know why that there's so many out there. I mean, because we don't disappear. People don't disappear. Little ones don't disappear. And how can some of them get far either way? You know what I mean? Yes, Tony had to tell Seth to move on from the thank yous. He did. Thank you, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. I swear it was so sweet, though. He was just like, well, I just want people to know that I'm thankful. And that means a lot, because sometimes when you're in a situation like Seth is, it's hard to think about other people. You can get really into your own feelings and not remember others. And so I think that it just shows that he's very compassionate to others, shows a lot of empathy about how other people are feeling. He thinks about how other people are feeling. And that's an important quality nowadays. Yes. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Hey, Jude says, thanks everyone for being so kind in the chat. It's really touching and very appreciated. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Hey, Jude. I love our group. You guys are amazing. Oh, wonderful, Carlo. That is a great idea. And yeah, letting your family members know about it. I'll tell you, I only told, my very, very good friend. I look at her like a mom. And I told her, I said, this is Sebastian's story. And I just gave her like the general, and she's like, oh, the mom is probably involved, don't you think? And I mean, she's a very critical thinker, and it didn't take her long to kind of get there. And then, whenever whenever I talk to her, she always asks me how Sebastian is, if we found him, and calls him my young man, which is sweet. Oh, local said yes, it's true. Okay, see, that's crazy. Oh, so glad. I'm so glad. Roger that. Please repeat that information, Sasha. That's huge news. Hopefully we'll get some sort of verification of that soon. Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping so, because I know they want to keep everything quiet, but I would love, love, love for them to get, let us know what's going on. And hopefully, we'll find out maybe who was involved, because they're going to be, doing a perp walk soon. It is great news, Robini. I love Stephen King. Yes, CC loves Stephen King. I do too. Just great characters, the story comes alive. Tony Mathis is a great man. I agree. Astrology for Mystics. I agree. He is just so such a good friend. He's always there supporting Seth, and then also you could just tell that he's just very focused on finding Sebastian. He doesn't want to bash the other parents. They're very careful about that, and that's appreciated. In my opinion, I think that's the way it should be. Yes, Tony, I love Dolores Claiborne. She's the best. And the book is so funny because the accent in there is written just like the accent that she uses, because they're from Maine, so it's really fun to read. It's funny. And Megan L says, Tony Mathis seems like a great friend. I agree. He's just always just trying to help Seth. And, I know that there was like a lot of, misconceptions and things like that in the beginning, and I'm just glad that we've gotten over that. Oh wow, Judy, that's awesome. That's awesome. And he's come so far too. He's just a cool character. I love watching like interviews with him when he talks about how he came, how certain books and things like that came about. His son's also a writer too. And Anne says, is there one that you want that you don't have? I will look for you and send it to you. Aw, well, thank you, Anne. That's so sweet. I will let you know. Yeah, Tony seems like a good friend, Busy Mama says to Meg. Yeah, I think so. I'm glad too. Hey, Jude. I'm just so glad. We all need people in our corner, and we need people that we can trust, that are good people that care. And Tony is one of them, in my opinion. Judy says, Lady F, if you like my Stephen King collection, you're more than welcome to it. It's not as big as it once was, but I have many. Oh my gosh, Judy. Oh, I couldn't take that. Oh my goodness. I mean, I adore him, but oh, that's so sweet of you. My goodness. And Astrology from a 6 says, Megan L's, most people I know would crumble with what Tony deals with on the daily, on top of his everyday life with family, work, and friends. He has great morals. I don't know, I don't know a whole lot about Tony. I will say that. I know that he has kids and a wife, and I know that he works and things like that. So I would have to agree with that too. Astrology for Mystics. So thank you for sharing that. And you could just tell that his heart is in the right place, in my opinion. It's great. Yeah, and I don't want to tell anyone off, Margaret. Exactly. Oh, Carrie, yes. Yes, Carrie was so good. I could watch that any day, Carrie. Mama says, I shared on Facebook so many times. Oh, good. Mama, thank you so much for doing that. Thank you so much. And, it's just as easy as sharing on Facebook as just crafting out an email. And then all you have to do is put everybody in the address bar. You can, copy people on it. You can, you know, if you want to send it to like, you know, 10 people just so you can keep track. Okay, I sent it to these 10 people. Really important. So, oh yes, Busy Mama says I told my daughter-in-law in Oregon, and she had no idea about Sebastian. She asked me all the time for an update. Yeah, and see, and that's the thing, like, because a lot of people aren't true crimers like we are, you know, and they don't keep up with, you know, missing kids, or you know, maybe they might see it on the news, you know, 5 o'clock news or something like that, or, um, but I think it's just so important to even just tell our family members about it. So thank you, Busy Mama. That's great. Um, Megan L says it sucks when you're friends with someone and they end up being a bit shitty. Sorry. And they end up being a shitty friend. Seth had too many of those, so I appreciate Tony. That is for sure. You know, that's a great point, Megan L's, because, you know, it's like, in the beginning, there were a lot of things that were going on where he was thinking that people were in his corner, but they really weren't. And it still probably happens from time to time where he'll figure something out, or and it is hurtful. But at least you know. But you're right though. Yeah, it sucks. It really does. And I appreciate Tony, and you know, um, it's not easy either when you're going through trauma and you're like telling somebody, and then you confided in this one person, and then, you know, you're not friends with them anymore or whatever, they backstabbed you, and then, you know, you have to go through and tell somebody else, you know, because you need people to help, you know what I mean? And that's kind of where, I'm so glad that Seth has a consistent friend like Tony, you know, because it's so important. um If they have the car, then they know who it belongs to. Exactly, Busy Mama. Exactly. That is some really great news. I always miss Crime Time. I try to go in there. I usually watch her replay. Ever since we um, reviewed her on this, you know, and studied the live that she had, that was really, really good. And there was a lot of information. We kind of unpacked a lot of it. Um, I always try to get over there and watch the replay. The Stand was my favorite. I thought about it when COVID hit. Yes, Cece, I freaked my daughter out with that one, because we watched The Stand. She had never really like saw it, you know, because it's like so long and everything. And you know, I didn't want to scare her, but when she was older, you know, we had watched it, and then all of a sudden the pandemic happened, and she's like, "What the heck, Mom?" And I'm like, "I know, Stephen King. He predicted the future." But thank God it didn't wipe out, you know, that many people. But I love The Stand. So many cool characters, just silly characters, good characters, you know, that you kind of remember so fondly. Like, oh, hey, Bear Bear, good to see you. Are you talking about with the car? Crime Time Buzz announced that they have impounded what they believe to be the 3 a.m. car. So really, really interesting. Well, the YouTube streets have been obsessed with the 3 a.m. vehicle. Yes, it would be pretty awesome to get a statement from LE about it. I know, exactly. Unless they come back and tell us, there's no evidentiary value, then we're all going to have a cow, a collective cow, you know. I will anyway, because I'm like, what the heck? It's got to be something. But that is great, great news. Cece says, right, Busy Mama. So I'm wondering what other evidence do they need? Hopefully they get enough. Hopefully they have some in their back pocket, which I really think they do. Carla says, my daughter collects Stephen King books. She is a speed reader and can read a huge one in one night. Oh my goodness, that's awesome, Carla. I love reading too. Like, that's one of my favorite things. That was always one of me and my daughter's things too. She's a good reader. I can't. We used to like read books together. Like, we'd get the same book and read it and stuff. But she hasn't done that with me for a while, because when she got into college, she had way too much to read, and you know, so we don't but I'm always like wanting to read her college books because she studies like criminology and psychology and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm like, when I talk to her, I'll be like, okay, tell me what cases you're learning about in school, because they'll give random examples and stuff like that. And she's told me about some really interesting ones. So I enjoy that. Cece says, no, have not got around to that one. Is it good? Oh, sorry, guys. You probably. Oh, Brandy and Indy says, yeah, Pet Cemetery, Bag of Bones, that scary dog one. Cujo, my Stephen King faves. Yeah, I can't remember the dog's name. Yeah, Cujo, Brandy. And, that's funny because there was a brand new Stephen King book out. Well, he just put one out like about a year ago, I think, but I haven't read that one. Hey, Limelight Girl. I stopped in to give a thumbs up and to be very mean to everyone. Good to see everybody this evening. I hope I hope everyone's doing well. Can't stay very long. Started a new schedule at work. Oh, I'm so glad that I came on a little early then, Limelight Girl. I'm so glad you're here. Tuna bagels and coffee. There you go. Oh, I have a cup of coffee that I forgot to grab earlier, so it's kind of just sitting there. But Bear says, hey Jude says, good to see you, love. We're trying to. Or they're saying the 3 a.m. car was impounded. Yeah, see, that's so crazy. So crazy. CC says Cujo. And Texas Plain Jane says, it's hard for me to get into Stephen King. Yeah, some people, well, and even like I said, when I was younger, people would be like, why are you reading that? Like, everybody's always thought I was weird for being into horror and true crime and stuff like that. But yeah, he's very like detailed. So it is very hard to get into his stories too, especially like some of them. And the thing about Stephen King too is he almost has like a whole like web that his characters are surrounded by, and a very heavy sci-fi element, right? And then also um just like I said, you'll see different characters coming through in different books and things like that if you read them long enough, right, to kind of understand how they all fit into it, like the Dark Towers and stuff like that. But I know I'm gonna nerd out on you guys. Just tell me to hush. Yeah, hey Jude, that would be awesome. We can check the website if you want. Oh, that's a good idea, Bear. Yeah, that is some breaking news, guys. Thank you, Holly S. Because goodness sakes, both his sons and his wife and his daughters is a pastor. Irony Rose says, I think anyone would be blessed to have a friend like Tony Mathis. That's so sweet, Irony. I believe that. I believe that too. I know. I don't know, Sasha. I think that they did weaponize food, and it's very unfortunate. It's just part of that ABUSC. It really is. I just, it's kind of classic. You know what I mean? Really, Judy? Oh my goodness. Well, I'll email you. See, I would just feel so bad because, oh my goodness. You guys. The Eyes of the Dragon I couldn't put down. Yeah, that is a good one. Well, and and then I also I also have a lot of my daughter's books. Like, she was really into Twilight and stuff like that, which I've never read Twilight, and maybe I should, but that was one of her jams. King Joe Hill is awesome. As good as his father. Yeah. Judy, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Yeah, and doesn't he write under like a pseudonym or something like that? I know that I saw him in an interview, and he said he really didn't want to come out as Stephen King's son because, so yeah, he's Joe Hill. That's right, because he didn't want like to get people to follow him because of who his dad was. He wanted them to, really like his books. I think it's just weaponizing it, control, a power play, right? Yeah, Sasha, I know. It's just. Aw, your grandkids ask you a lot. That's sweet, Mama. Crochet says, I don't know if it's true, but I popped over to another channel and she said 3 a.m. vehicle has been impounded. Yes, Crochet. I know. Isn't that crazy cool? Finally something, you know? Selena Gomez. Tracy, good to see you, Tracy. 13 Reasons Why was really good. Yeah, that's another one. My daughter and I read that together. Or wait a minute, did we just watch the series? Maybe we just watched the series. I think she might have read that one and I watched the series. Okay, maybe that was wrong. She's going to text me, Mom, I heard you tell somebody we read that. We did it. She would do that too. She'd be like, Mom, you got it wrong. But I think, yeah, I think that's what it was. I think she read it, but then I was wanting to like explain it to her, you know, because that it was really good. You're right. It was really, really good. And it had a lot of very serious subject matter, you know, for teens and high school and things like that. And just very, very good. Very, very good though. The series was. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to watch this next clip.
Let me address a couple things that we certainly don't have control over, but want to address them. And I said this the other night when I was on a panel with Justin and Josh. If you've made up your mind that you don't care for me or for Seth, then odds are you're not going to be open in your way of thinking. You're probably not going to believe anything we say, which is perfectly fine. I can tell you that we are not guys that blatantly lie. I can tell you that when I started navigating through these YouTube streets, there was and still is 3 categories of creators. There's the creators that we don't care for or support, and there's good reason for that, and we don't attack them. Nor do we go on panels and speak about them or mention them by name. There's creators that we support, and there's creators that we actually work with. And if any of you were in this situation and you were representing a mother or a father, you would definitively have those 3 categories. Now, maybe you wouldn't have those written down, and there is, in contrast to popular belief, there are no lists. There was a list put out by our Facebook admin person of creators that she supported, that she thought that we would support, and I haven't seen the list. Probably the list was close to being on point, but there has been no list put out by Seth or I. And, you know, people can move around amongst those 3 categories. So we can have somebody we work with and something goes sideways and now we don't care for them or support them. We can have somebody that we support and we get to know them over time and it becomes somebody that we work with. And there's 5 or 10 creators that were that way. We didn't work with them at the beginning, but we work with them now. But I can tell you, and if you are a creator that we work with, that we have regular communication with, I would appreciate it if you would put in the chat if you have ever gotten any sort of a packet from us, any sort of a directive from us, any sort of
You need to put a 1 in chat if you ever have.
Yeah, if you've ever got a packet or a demand or a twisted your arm or told you what to do or what to talk about, put a 1. If not, then put a 2, please. But again, you know, people aren't going to believe people that they don't like or don't care for. That leads me to the next thing, and then I'll let Seth jump back in. If you have a clip of something I've said or something Seth said, then you have proof that that was said. If you don't have that, then you don't have proof. And I would say the same thing for a creator that you may not care about. I think we owe them and everybody else the respect to judge people based off of what we see, not what we hear or feel. And I would encourage you to do that, not only with us, but with, any other creator, good, bad, or indifferent. I think that these YouTube folks are full of this person did this or that, but there's no proof, there's no clips, there's no anything. So, we're not, just like the world we live in, we're not always going to like everybody. But if you've got somebody in the community that you don't like, you don't have to speak poorly of them. You can just stay away from them. And I guess that's what we're asking. I know Seth and I are both very, very busy. And
I would like to say we have sent out flyers and bracelets and stuff of that sort. If you want to classify that as a packet, go ahead.
Yeah. But outside of that, there's been nothing like that. I'll get into a couple other things later, but as far as everything that's going on out here right now, as always, we're not really going to address any of that. I can tell you there was a creator that I did get on a panel to address with Justin and Josh, and to this day, I've never had anybody reach out to me and ask me to contact the creator. And I've been open to a conversation with people I didn't even care for. I'm always open to have a conversation. So if you've tried to reach out to me to have a conversation as a creator, most of you know I've had that conversation, even if we didn't necessarily see eye to eye, and I'm always willing to have that. So, but let's be done with that. And Seth, you can jump back in.
Okay, guys. So Tony's just saying, that he doesn't mind if someone reaches out to him to speak with them. And I think that's very gracious of him, And yes, C. Taylor, 13 Reasons Why was super powerful, intense. I agree. Really well done. Really kind of shows what kind of happens in high school, what can happen. Fees up about the packets. C. Taylor. I'm telling you. And I put a 2 in the chat, by the way. I didn't put a 1. And I didn't see anybody putting 1s in there, It's too funny. And it's I know that it's kind of been that way, and the way that Tony frames it too, I think is really well explained, because it's like, there's creators that they disagree with, right? And that's going to happen with all of us. Even as a viewer, we can say, well, I don't really particularly care for that person. I'd rather watch this person. So that happens. And then there's people that he said that they do support, right? And they're like, we like those creators. And then there's creators that they work with. And, they kind of put people into those 3 categories. And I understand doing that. A lot of people will send me lists and stuff, and then I also make lists myself. But there was an admin for Seth and Tony, and they created kind of a list of people that she liked or she recommended. Very, very innocent, kind of really no big deal, but people made a huge deal about it, right? And I have to kind of put my own 2 cents in here, because I think a lot of it comes down to like jealousy, right? Packet envy. But it really does. And jealousy can be very, very harmful. It can be very, very, it can come from a place of being human, but it can also come from a place where, people are hardcore and serious about it. And it can blind their judgment, in my opinion. And so I think that there are some creators that are upset, maybe that they're not someone who is supported, but I'm here to tell you that it seems like, from my perspective, that Seth and Tony, as long as you're putting Sebastian's name out there and telling the story with, the most accurate information that you can, they're going to support that. And that's just my explanation of it. If I was an admin for someone, I would do the same exact thing. I would say, these are the people that I've been able to watch that you probably haven't been, because you're doing something completely different, right? A team, when you think of a team, we all have a role in a team, right? And so, my role might be completely different from somebody else's role, especially, trickling on down, right? And so, I wouldn't expect Seth to have to sit there and watch hours and hours of content creators to find out which ones are supporting and which ones aren't. I would entrust that to someone else. Just like I entrust, my channel permissions to people and things like that, because that way that takes it off of my plate, and somebody that's willing to help me with that I can trust. That way I don't have to worry about it, right? And that's basically what I see happening there. I don't think there was anything weird about that at all. As a matter of fact, I think it's extremely smart, because at this point in the game, they have to have a game plan, right? They can't just be messing around. I mean, time is of the essence always, right? And so it's just important. Now, he goes into something that we've all dealt with in our lives, right? Relationships run their courses. Sometimes other relationships get stronger. I'm a big believer in there being seasons for different things, reasons why people come into our lives, reasons why people leave our lives. So I really believe that, some of these relationships may have run their course, and then other relationships bloom and turn into them working more so with the person. But honestly, it's really not up to any of us what Seth chooses. It's up to Seth, and I respect that. I'm not here to judge him. It just kind of goes back to our man in the arena speech. Do not it's not the critic who counts. It's not the one who's pointing out, well, look at how Seth is running things. It's not up to you. It's not up to you. I'll just leave that up there. But it's not about, because it's very, very easy to sit back and say, well, you're not doing that right. It really is. It's easy for someone to say, well, Seth should have done his live like this. But, you're not sitting where Seth is and dealing with 3,000 people and, that sort of thing. So you have to also consider that. And again, all of us are going to do things differently. It doesn't mean that the outcome is going to be different. Sometimes it's going to be the same. So another thing just to consider. And then, again, I've never gotten a packet or a directive of any sort. As a matter of fact, I've only got a thank you, and I have to be, honest and clear with that, because I think that is very sweet, and they don't have to do that. Seth doesn't have to take time out of his day to thank me, but he does. He does do that, and I've seen him do that in other people's chats and be just very thankful and grateful, keeping the one goal in mind, which is finding Sebastian. So, as long as he stays with that, I have no complaints whatsoever. There's more than one way to do something, and if something's not working, change it, and then chat was really, really full of twos. And then also Tony brings up another really great point about, like, if you don't have any clips to show, or you don't have any kind of like proof, it is so goofy. It is so goofy, Hollyus. If you don't have any receipts, right, then, you can't prove that it happened. And it's important for people to make sure that they're seeing like receipts for these things when they're being spread around. And he said that goes for everybody, like, even if you don't like a person, you just still need to be respectful. Judge based on what you're seeing rather than what you hear, because a lot of the lies that go on around, one, I can just think off the top of my head. When I was in Mr. and Mrs. E's crime cast last night, there was a viewer who chatted, and they were interacting with the crowd, and they said something like, and forgive me, Nick the Hat, I'm just using you as an example, but said that he was a danger to society, which I can't think of anything that's farther from the truth. I think that was really, really mean, hateful, disrespectful, really awful to just come in there and shoot that out there. But, you know, for some people that don't know Nick the Hat or have never heard of him, they might think, well, who's this guy? You know, he's a danger. Like, that's how really, you know, really bad rumors and gossip and slander and defamation happen, is when, you know, we let these people spread this misinformation. In my opinion, it can't be farther from the truth. He's doing all he can to help find Sebastian. He's done a lot for awareness. You know, there's been some very malicious, very hateful things been done to him, is why he was named in the RICO as a plaintiff. So, you know, it's you know, don't base it on something that you hear rather than what you're seeing. And also, you know, he talks about don't take people's word for it. And then Seth showed a business card that he had created with Sebastian's missing information on it. And I think that's brilliant because, you know, you can hand that out and it's just so easy to stuff that in your wallet or your billfold, whatever, in your purse. They're very shareable, right? It's not a whole sheet of paper. So really, really great idea. And those are the kinds of things that, you know, only someone who is really trying to locate their child would do something like that, right? That is, you know, exhausting every option, doing everything that you can do. Really, really great idea. Whoever came up with that, great idea. And then, let's see what else. Oh, if you don't like somebody, just stay away from them. You know, don't terrorize them. Don't harp on them. Don't try to find them in a chat and be mean to them. Don't do that kind of stuff because nothing good is coming from it and you're wasting your energy on it, right? There's so much more good stuff we could be doing, guys. So again, just if you don't like someone, ignore them. Don't go by them, you know. It's just like that the last vigil. Why people were wanting to show up there who knew they weren't welcome is beyond me. I'm just a firm believer that if I'm not wanted somewhere, I don't want to be there. And then also, you know, I don't know. I don't like to stir the pot though. And then Seth and Tony are super busy. They were talking about that. And then Seth also made the joke because he said that, you know, he has sent out flyers and bracelets. So if that constitutes as a packet, then so be it, right? Basically. And then Tony says that he will, you know, that he's willing to speak with people, which I think is very, very kind and gracious of him to be that giving of his time. Thank you, Tony. Thank you for being here. Good night. Have a good rest. Hey, Vanna says, I've always thought both Tonys were nice people. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, there was just a lot of rhetoric and things like that, but also just keeping that back in mind, you know, that we gotta, you know, give people the benefit of the doubt until we know for sure. Hey, couponing. Brandy says, I told them I got my packets yesterday in the mail, and they're so dumb to realize the mail doesn't run on Sundays. Oh my goodness, that's a good one. Well, I love the poll that we got. It was like, yes, if you got one, no, if you didn't get yours. And then if you got yours door dashed, then that was the third one. Of course, I picked the silliest one I could. And Rob Beanie says, I had to charge my new phone and grab my old one, but the buttons are so tiny, so sorry in advance for any typos. Oh, no worries, Rob Beanie. That's funny. It takes a minute to get used to a new phone. It really does. That's why I'm so reluctant to get one. I'm like, oh, they'll be bugging me. You paid your phone off. You paid your phone off. I'm like, it's still working just fine. It's fine. You know? But the newest iPhones have like a lot more storage. So, and Megan L says, I see nothing wrong with that. There are creators that I like and that I don't like. Exactly. And it's just going to be like that. I mean, it's just the way we all operate. We're not going to be friends with everybody, right? Or but it doesn't mean that we have to hate people, either. So I think that's, so important. But you're so right. There's, people that we're going to watch and people that we don't. Oh, thank you. You know what it is, Tony? It's my air conditioner when it kicks on. I apologize. It's so humid here, though. Yeah, yeah. And he does, Sasha. I think he just tries to give, Seth the floor when he does that. Um, oh, okay. That was months ago, if it's what I'm thinking on Facebook. I suggested you. Okay, all right, great. I need to go in my Facebook, guys. I've been so bad with that one too. Yeah, Megan Els. Yes, jealousy can be very dangerous. Ever see the movie Single White Female? Meg, exactly. Yes, I have. It's scary. It's some scary stuff. It's scary. Oh goodness. Sorry, Brandy. Yes, that is my thank you. Yes, it's just my air conditioner when it kicks on. I have a little smaller one too, but um yeah, it is. I truly think F I always say it wrong. SF is also. And I heard he was back on X, but I did not go look because I thought, you know, I don't know. I just didn't want to. But it wasn't I heard he didn't post anything about Sebastian. Um I heard it was some other missing person's case. So interesting. Hey Gigi, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, yes, it came on after my clip, Tony. Yes, I've been trying to wait, and then hopefully it'll kick on while I'm on the clip. Um, oh, I wonder if Seth knows about the 3 a.m. car being impounded. Oh, I'm sure he does, and I bet you he does. I hope so anyway. Um, I really hope he gets to be one of the first people to know, what's going on. And C. Taylor says exactly. Sebastian is Seth's child. He makes the decisions. There should be no questioning him that, in my opinion. Exactly. And, it's not up to us, and the thing is that we all have to go through learning experiences, especially if you think about how, Seth had like probably a whole outpouring of people who wanted to help. Some people have good intentions for helping. Some people have bad intentions for helping. Some people, are there to help for a short amount of time. Some people are going to be there to help you through the whole entire thing, kind of like Tony. But I agree with that. We shouldn't question him or give him hell about it or review his live in a negative manner. Yes, Tracy. Sebastian Rogers is the goal. And he always has been for Seth, he always has been. It was running really, really fast, CC. Yes, exactly. I try to do that too. There's times where I'll be paying attention in the chat, and there's other times where I'll be writing stuff down. Um, which one was it? I think it was one of the Lore Lodge ones. I was just writing things down and I wasn't even chatting. I think I might have said hello and then I just, was writing. Um, but yeah, his chat was flying and they did slow it down, I think, to like a minute and a half. Hey, Betty, good to see you. Good to see you, Betty. Yeah, believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see. Thanks, Meg. Yes, and I do have my my Edgar Allan Poe one too. I think I do at least. Let me take a look. I tried not to erase that one because I do like that one. Yeah, here it is. I guess you can't really see the whole quote. Well, you can't see that's Edgar, but there's Edgar and there's Sebastian. Not to be confused with the other. This is the one we like, the Edgar that we like. They're both will be in court with. Oh, okay. Yeah, Meow says they both will be in court with Betty's court date. Yes, and I'm glad that they will have someone. I'm glad that they stay united for Betty because, that's just it's just so ridiculous. Um, I always wonder who the weirdo was in the mannequin. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I do too, Sasha. I do too. I know a little bit about that guy. We might do kind of a deep dive on that someday. I would have a guest come up and discuss that, but it could be kind of a sore subject. To my understanding, I've never tried to dive into it, so I'm not sure, but that's right. Cece says, meow, they will be there with her. I hope so. She needs support because the haters will be there in full force. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The troublemakers will be making trouble. Yeah, don't like everyone. Yeah, everyone don't watch. Exactly, Connie. I mean, it's so easy. It's just an easiest fix, right? And if they try to like tag you and stuff, you can block that too. It's easy, you know? And then that way you're not giving them the reaction, and they usually stop unless they're like single white female obsessed, like Meg said. All right, guys, let's play this next clip that I got here. We're on 4.
I know everybody's going crazy right now over Jennifer Coffindaffer's live, and she alluded to, this case could be going cold, and, she just her opinion, this or that. Jen is a very close friend of ours, and she is certainly a creator that falls into the category of people that we work with. We talk to her on a weekly basis. Jen has the strategy in the way that she does things, and we trust her and we trust her strategy. I wished that all of you in the chat knew what Seth and I know. I think if a lot of people knew what we knew, that these crazy YouTube streets would settle down a little. But I can tell you that this case is far, far, far from cold. Matter of fact, I would say that outside of the people on the ground searching, I would say that the people that are making the real headway now are working harder than they've ever worked. And I can tell you that Carter and Craddock and the TBI, Bobby Simmons and those guys, we communicate with Sumner County Sheriff's Office. I would say, what would you say, Seth? Every 2 or 3 days now? Is that fair? Some days, 5 days in a row.
I can't honestly answer that. My days run together.
Yeah.
I mean,
but,
I know that it's probably every 2 days. I mean, I'm communicating with them, one form or another.
And obviously, the things that we learn in that communication, the things that we get cleared up, the et cetera, are not things that we can bring to the public. They're not things we can bring to the creators we work with, the creators we support, or the creators that we don't care for. The most important thing in the world I live in is that Seth, as the father, has an open line of communication with them, and we're not going to do anything to risk that. So please trust me when I tell you that this case is far from cold right now, and I don't think that Carter and his group could be doing any more than they're doing to bring Sebastian home. And I just ask Sebastian's Army to have faith that those that are responsible for what happened to Sebastian will be brought to justice, and we will get Sebastian home. You okay, buddy?
Yeah, I'm trying to do shortcuts, trying to remember Control C, Control V. It's a pretty big list. I'm just wondering if it's going to work like I'm hoping it does, or if I just overloaded YouTube. I froze YouTube.
Sister Krista. I like that name.
Isn't there a song that has that as the lyrics?
Sister Christian.
That's it.
Looks like Nick's in the house. Hope you're doing good, buddy. Appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you, Nick. I know you're busy working all the time. I know there's been a couple bodies that have been found recently. None of those have been Sebastian. As soon as I find them, I'm normally on the phone talking to either the sheriff's department or the police department, whichever division's holding that. Yeah, it's, as a particular female would say out there, it's about unity. And we need to stay unified no matter what comes along with it. Let's see. Rose, what other types of places can we hand out flyers? Schools, police stations, news medias, hospitals, churches, community outreach. I have a whole document that I am actually trying. It's what I was trying to do right now. To share it to my community post. I will be sharing it to my community post. It's large enough that it's freezing YouTube. But it is all 50 states with the Department of Transportations. It's got every state's, like Tennessee has TBI, Alabama has the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency. All of these, done some research. I've got phone numbers. I've got mailing addresses, physical mailing addresses, fax numbers, phone numbers. When I get that loaded up, I'm just going to ask for people to actually go into the comments and state where you've called, where you've either email or send snail mail, send a flyer to them. It never fails.
Okay, guys. So Seth pretty much broke the internet. It looks like right there, just trying to spread information, for us to help find Sebastian. And hey, Chloe Jade, good to see you, hon. Thanks for being here. And so Tony talks about how the case is far from cold, right? And that there's on the ground searchers, but then he also goes into Craddock, Carter, and Simmons, who are working very hard to solve this case, right? And he said that he thinks that they're working harder than they've ever worked to make sure. And maybe that's why we have the impounded vehicle allegedly. I don't have, proof, but there we have it, and again, I do want to take Tony's advice on that, and I really try to do that here. Is just, if I don't have a receipt or something like that, then I hate to put it out there, but I do value Crime Time Buzz as a reliable source, so we'll just put it that way. But Tony talks about how Seth is in contact with law enforcement about every 2 to 3 days, sometimes, more frequently. And then there are just some things that they just can't share with us, obviously, but at least they're keeping Seth in the know about it. And then also there's an open line of communication that they don't want to jeopardize, right? So the line of communication has opened up and they do not want to jeopardize that. And they're not trying to do that. So, but Tony reiterates it's far from cold, that they're working very hard, and that he believes that we need to keep the faith and that justice will be served. And he also, they also talk about unity. Seth says that we need unity, and it's all about unity. Seth also almost breaks the internet while he's trying to unite us to come together and put information out so everyone is aware of Sebastian being missing. I know. It's crazy. It's crazy. And some of the things that I saw, guys, is just unbelievable. But it was kind of funny in the one clip that someone sent me. They're trying to dog Seth, and then they go and look up like where the fishing hole is, and we're gonna get to that. I'm gonna play it here soon. That Sebastian likes to go to, and you know, they're like, well, he's not lying, you know, and at least they were, you know, adult enough to, you know, concede that they were wrong, but you know, really crazy. Yeah, there you go, Brandy. Concerts, parades, uh, campgrounds, etc. Yeah, definitely, because we just don't know. You know, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says the mannequin is in a barn that is painted as a mural, I guess. You can call it that. It stands in the window dressed in clothes and a hat. Just weird. It's just a weird town thing. Huh, that is weird. Mannequins are kind of creepy. I don't know. Like, I used to love dolls when I was little, but now they creep me out. Robini says, my fiance's son works at our zoo in Columbus, Ohio. I'll get him some. Oh, that's a great idea, Robini. Oh, thank you. Hey, Mabel from the UK. Unfortunately, Seth is the only person who doesn't see the obvious. I wish he would stop rolling over the Proudfoot monsters. I just can't believe he doesn't realize it. Well, you know, Mabel, I think he does. I really do. I think he does. I think it's just that it's kind of a delicate position to be in. You know, because you want to take the high road. I'm sure there's been times where Seth has probably want to get up there and just, you know, let him have it. But I think that, you know, taking the more positive route and taking the high road is probably the best situation, because, you know, you can't fight fire with fire or fight fire with gasoline, right? You really have to pick your battles, you know, and I think that he's doing it to be strategic rather than something that he's oblivious to, if that makes sense. But I appreciate your comment and thank you for being here. You're good. You're good, Brandy. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But yeah, and I know it's frustrating, guys, you know. Yeah, send it to me, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have nightmares though. But, you know, and I know it can be frustrating from us looking on the outside in, and, you know, believe me, I would love to hear Seth, you know, go off and get some of that aggression out that I know is probably there. But then at the end of the day, I think to myself, you know, it's probably best that he doesn't, because that way, you know, you know, if you always stay in the right, my mom used to say that, you know, like, two wrongs don't make a right, and if you always stay in the right, then you're never in the wrong, right? And so it's just one of those things, because then, like, the minute that you decide that you're going to go into that wrong spot, then you're just as wrong as the other person. So I think that's why he's, you know, being more neutral to positive than neutral to negative. But I'm sure there's times where he just wants to, you know, be like, come on, Katie, where's he at? You know what I mean? Of course he does. He has been respectful in that way of kind of letting us know that without, you know, exactly saying it, you know, just doing it with like a little bit of couth. But I know it's tough. But think about how he must feel. Oh gosh, you know, because you know, biting our tongues is not fun. And Carla says, they said when searching for Sebastian over the radio communication, there was a mannequin in the woods standing alone. So weird. I remember that. Carla is so weird. Canadian True Crime says, in my opinion, Katie, where's your son? I agree. I agree, Canadian. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Seth. Thank you for being here, Seth. He says that doesn't serve a purpose towards finding Sebastian. And I agree. I think it can only make things worse. And I think that, you know, a lot of these people that are putting out the negative information and things like that, that's what they want, is a reaction. And I think it's respectful of you, Seth, to keep in mind that that is, you know, Sebastian's mom. And so I appreciate you for doing that, because a lot of people would not, right? they would let their emotions take over, and that never helps the situation. You have to stay level-headed. You have to, because you don't want to be in the wrong all of a sudden. You want to stay on the side of right, as much as you can. We're all human. Yes, Carla, that's a huge zoo out there. Omaha, Nebraska Zoo is one of the biggest in the U.S. I will try to get some to post there. That's amazing. Thank you, Carla. Thank you. Thank you. And Tracy says, I'm going to get flyers printed out and put some up in the laundromats and gas stations. Yeah, Tracy, I put them up in the laundromat too. And one thing that I found that was kind of neat, if you don't want to do the double-sided ones, you could always like get the double-sided tape and put them together, and then if you hang them, the people on the outside and the inside can see them. And that was one little kind of a trick that I learned. But thank you so much, guys, for printing out the flyers. I think these are all positive things that we can do to keep the ball rolling, right? To keep the momentum going, to spread awareness. And like I said, just the emails, writing a quick letter, that's another thing you can do as well. You can handwrite a letter, and then you can take it and print it out on your printer, and then, just stuff some envelopes, write the addresses. There's 50 on the list, not including the embassy. And Seth, I get behind in chat, so if you're still in here, are the embassy numbers up? I didn't get a chance to check your community wall. Thank you. Hey Jude. Thank you, Rob Beanie. Aw, thanks for the green hearts, you guys. Thank you. Carla, yep, it shows the mannequin from the helicopter footage, I think. Oh, that was creepy. I just don't like dolls anymore, guys. I used to like dolls when I was little and had a bunch of them, but Canadian True Crime Channel says, in my opinion, Katie, where's your son? My heart breaks for Seth. Justice for Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers. I know, Canadian, I know. And thank you for being here, and thank you for the green hearts, guys. And I know it's frustrating, but until we have more proof, we always have to err on the side that people are innocent until proven guilty, and I believe that everything that is done in the dark comes to light. I believe that in this day and age, we should be able to, as long as we try our best to find, or do, there is no try, right? Only do. If we do our best, then there's no reason why we can't find Sebastian. I really believe that. I think if we all work together, then there's no reason, with the technology and everything that we have, that we can't do that. That is not an unattainable or unachievable thing. And Sasha says, the 3 a.m. vehicle is in the impound. Who said this? My heart can't take a lie. Not right now. I know, hon. And that's why I don't like to say things until I know for sure. But it's being alleged. And I'll tell you, just also try to keep, praying that it is something. Try to keep praying that, because I know it's hard. I know it's really, really hard. And I guess that's why I'm saying try again. It is hard. It's not easy. It's not going to be easy. But I think if we can keep the faith, and just know that if it is impounded, then law enforcement is going to handle it with care, Sammy, yes, we are talking about the car. We are talking about the car. I love the zoo in Omaha, our Memphis zoo. It is a sister zoo, I've heard. Okay, Cece, I'm so used to like Brookfield Zoo in Illinois, and then I haven't been to the zoos. Like, I've been to Busch Gardens when I was little, but I've never been to Busch Gardens as an adult here. And Judy says, Ann Reynolds, it's where Jack Hanna started. It's also has wonderful breeding programs and excellent excellent exhibits that are healthier for the animals. That's so awesome, Judy. I love hearing that. I watched Blackfish and I was like, I'm never going to SeaWorld again. Never, never, never. Aw, thanks, Tony Fire. Tony Fire says, always in my prayers, Seth. That's so sweet of you, Tony. Thank you. I didn't get to go to the one in Tennessee. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Seth. Of course. You don't need to thank me, hon. He says, thank you, Miss Lady Freedom, for helping Django, for helping. I know. For keeping Sebastian's name out in a positive light. Thank you so much, Seth. And thank you for giving us something positive to do, because it's important. I really believe that it's super important. And Sasha says, is true or horse puck? Sasha, I don't know. I'm gonna say allegedly, Sasha. I do want to preface that, you know, it's alleged, it's all alleged right now. Another creator that is a very credible creator, in my opinion, has stated that. But again, you know, it is hearsay, so it's kind of the telephone game, right? Like, I love you, Holly S, and I'm not trying to, you know, but because I know you always have good information too. But you know, it's just like, I want to make sure I go hear it with my own ears before I say anything definitive. But I know, Sasha, I know you're frustrated. I know it's hard. No, it can't be. It can't be, Connie. Hey, Joni, good to see you. Aw, thanks, Irony. Thanks for lighting the chat up green, you guys. In the neighborhood, it's very weird. Yeah, it's super weird. I mean, just it being anywhere is weird. Like, what are we doing with that? C. Taylor says Seth is playing the long game. Right, just like Ellie, it's strategy. Remember, Sebastian loves chess. Chess is a game of strategy. Thank you, C. Taylor. And that's right. And you just always have to just stay in the right side, you know, because law enforcement doesn't want to work with somebody who's not doing the right thing either, you know. They're gonna look for the people that are doing right by Sebastian, and I believe that's what Seth is doing, you know. Yeah, Cece, I've been to the St. Louis Zoo, and then I also was there's a place called the City Museum, and it's like this big museum made of like all kinds of different like artwork and stuff. It's really neat. But it's like there's places you can hide in there and stuff. It's super fun. They have like a humongous ball pit, and someone please tell Seth he and Sebastian are in my prayers. I don't know why I can't see him. Oh no, Judy. Uh-oh. Let's stay positive. Thanks, Sasha. Yeah, it's so important. It's just so important because it keeps us in a healthier state of mind, guys. And I don't mean like be a Pollyanna, because I know that's kind of a little bit going too far, right? If it's a negative situation, we have every right to feel like a negative thought or feeling, but it's just not letting that negativity overtake the positive, the faith, the hope. You know, it's important. And trust me, I have to tell myself these things too. I just kind of try to be a good example if I'm up here. Yeah, Brandy and Indy says, I try to put myself in Seth's position. What would I do? I think some people lose sight of that, in my opinion. Absolutely. Well, and I do that too, because I didn't have a great, you know, divorce and stuff like that. So I understand. But it also, you know, you have to come together for the kids, right? And this is just one other thing that, it's an unfortunate thing, right? Because usually you might have to see them at a sporting event or sports. My daughter doesn't play sports. She's banned. But, you know, I'd go to the football games and watch her. She was in the band. And I wear my band mom t-shirt. But, you know, and things like that. But it's just, and like C. Taylor said, it's a strategy, right? It's like you have to think before you do things in a situation like this, because you don't want to have to regret, you know, saying or doing something that put you in a bad light. And, you know, people are just watching and waiting and yes, Robin. I'm sorry, guys. There must be something going on outside, or like he hears a raccoon or something. He's usually Django. he's he's like, I'm still gonna bark. He's usually not very territorial, but he's acting very territorial tonight. And Robini says, Sebastian's army has your back, Seth. We are thinking up ways to get him across our states. Yes, Robini, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. And you know, that's why we have to represent, you know, when we do stuff too, you know, and that's actually a really good point too, Robini, and made me think, you know, when we're representing Sebastian, we need to do the best we can to represent him in a positive way, you know, and do the right thing, like, you know, meaning don't, you know, do anything that you wouldn't be proud of doing for and being a part of Sebastian's army, kind of a thing, right? And that falls into a lot of different categories. But if we always take the high road, then it's better. I know it's hard though, because of course you want to get up there and say, you know, choice words or whatever. But and Sammy says sources confirm to Crime Time Buzz and others that the 3 a.m. car was retrieved and impounded. Unclear time, how long ago, who owns the car, pesky newspaper boy, DoorDash driver, boyfriend, trash truck, etc. Thank you, Sammy. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. See, another credible good source is Sammy. But you know me, you guys, I always try to, like, you know, I'm like, I need to see it first. Seth says, thank you, Robini. And thanks for lighting the chat up green, guys. All I know is that these people need our answer to for their activities. Yeah, I know that, Sasha. I know. And I know it's frustrating because I know a lot of us feel like, you know, they need to get the lesser charge. Oh, I will, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. They need to get the lesser charges, but I think they're going to incorporate it into the big case. And I think that there will be, especially when Tony says things like there's going to be justice coming soon, that makes me feel way better, right, than if we never heard that. CC says, Seth, do you know about the 3 a.m. car being impounded? And there might be things that Seth can't answer too, guys. Just keep in mind. Hey, NHGG, good to see you. So good to see you. Thanks, Panda Bear's mom, for lighting up the chat green. Thanks, guys. That's right. We're Sebastian Strong, C. Taylor. And Seth says they should be. If not, I will have them posted. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, and because I know it takes a while, and I put mine out of order on accident. I thought it was like really good. I was doing them backwards, and then I went to go check on them, and it was like, dang, they're all in order, and then one of them stray. I'm like, dang. So I might have to just go back and repost them myself too. But I could also make like a video of them as well too, like put them into a slideshow, I guess is the proper way to say it. Can I get these charges to Whitley's office? We have plenty of evidence in Birchfield and Haley's Law. You know, Sasha, you mentioned that before, and I forgot to look up Birchfield versus Birchfield. Is that a case that set precedents in Tennessee? Is that right? Hey, James Coover. James says negatives never have positive outcomes. Thank you, James. And how I pray that Tony is right about justice will be served, because how we all know Sebastian deserves it. Totally. Absolutely, James. Thank you so much. I agree. Yes. Cece, I pray for you every single day, Seth. Thank you, Cece. Robini says, oh, my son's friends own a gaming store where they sell magic cards, etc. I could take him some too. Oh, that's wonderful, Robini. Yeah. And you know that, you know, Sebastian's a huge fan of that. So that's wonderful. That is wonderful. You guys are so thoughtful. See, I mean, and those are the little things that could really help. I mean, tremendously. Aw. I mean, he is on one tonight, guys. I'm sorry about the barking. Django. Oh. Uh-oh. I don't know if there's like a raccoon out there. There's probably a possum. Hey, Jude. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, Seth always praying and trying to do what we can for you, and mostly Sebastian. That's right. Well, and it's just about, helping where there needs to be help. If trust me, if Katie came out and said, hey, I need you guys to do this, I would do it in a heartbeat. I would. It does, to me, just because you disagree with somebody doesn't mean that you need to hate them. Seth says, I appreciate everyone's assistance with this huge endeavor in finding and bringing Sebastian home. #SebastianStrong. #keep the faith. Thank you. Thank you so much, Seth. And I'm sorry, my little beagle is very unruly. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, guys, we have to remember that those are probably questions Seth can't comment right now in regards to the car. Thank you so much, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Exactly. And I know that you guys are curious, but we will find out in due time. And if it's something that had happened, in the beginning or something, I'm going to tell you, law enforcement isn't going to let us know about it yet. They just won't. I mean, Carla says, Seth, anything to bring your boy home. Yes. Thank you, Connie. Seth, we want Sebastian home with you. Game over. James, yeah. And Summers too. That's right, James. Can't wait for that day to say and show game over. It has already been way too long, just like Summer's case, on how I pray for her to get justice. I know Sebastian has better odds. Well, Summer doesn't have a Seth, right? She doesn't have a daddy out there looking for her. And it just breaks my heart. But it also, that's why I think it's important to do everything we can to help, because, Seth is working so hard out there. And it just takes a whole load off. Because like I said, even calling somebody, you don't think it's like that big of a deal, right? You're just sitting on the phone, but it takes time. It takes a lot of time. And like I said, I don't even like calling, like back in the day when you'd have to call the phone company or something like that. And do you imagine when you have that urgency, you're just trying to find your son and you're sitting on hold, and they got that dreadful music playing. Oh, gosh. Django, you got to calm down, buddy. I don't know what you have out there. And Tony says, can't wait to wake up one morning and hear the good news is Sebastian is found. Seth, you don't have to thank anybody. Your boy climbed into our hearts. Aw, we're all searching. Oh, thank you, Tony. That's exactly right. That is exactly right. Well said, Tony, Vana says. Thanks, Vana. Yeah, STL, Sammy. Yep. I was surprised on how much St. Louis reminded me of Chicago. I was like, I like this place. And Seth says, hey, Jude, I can't see you on YouTube. Oh, really? Oh, weird. See, that's so weird when that happens. I don't know. Sammy banned? I can always see you. Hey, Jude. Aw. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why that happens sometimes. That is really, really strange. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. She's in the band. She is. Hey, Jude. I was like, my daughter's not. I'm like, I was athletic, but like, and stuff like that. But she's not. She said her boyfriend plays pickleball and she doesn't like to play. She's like, me, I'm not playing pickleball. I'm like, oh gosh. I'm like, just go out there and try it, Roxy says Seth was in chat. He didn't deny about the car, so I'm assuming the info. Oh, I wouldn't go that far, Roxy. Because there's certain things that I think if Seth doesn't answer, I think that's more of like, we still don't know. I think I would take it like that instead of a yes. You know what I mean? Seth's a straight shooter. He really is, in my opinion. You know, when we ask him something, he's going to tell us either yay, nay, or I'm not sure, you know, or maybe he might have an opinion. But and Town Chat Cafe says, I just thought of something kind of silly, but yes, sincere with the song "You Are My Sunshine." Replace oh, how sweet, Town Chat Cafe. Oh my goodness. See, that was my song. That's my song to my daughter when she is little, is "You Are My Sunshine." He's doing his job couponing. Oh my gosh, he is like wild tonight. I don't know what he hears out there, but he's Jude, what have we done? Did you get banned? Oh, hey, all I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime. I couldn't work with people I thought hurt my child, whether they're the other parent or not. How could anyone? Well, I don't think it's something that you want to do. I think it's something that you have to do, especially when because you're in a very precarious situation when your child goes missing from the other parent's house. And sometimes, and I understand a lot of times people, I mean, in just my experience, like with divorce and stuff like that, you're just always trying to co-parent no matter what, right? No matter what the other parent does, even if they're a butt, right? And or even if they marry a butt, you just have to. And in this case, Katie was the last one with Sebastian. So if that was the case, I would butter my ex-husband up. Oh yeah, I'd be buttering him up and trying to figure out what the hell happened to my daughter. I would in a heartbeat. But I also wouldn't publicly speak negatively, right? Because behind closed doors, yeah, I'd, you know, scream into a pillow, or I would hit a punching bag, or, you know, whatever. I would go exercise. I would go, you know what I mean? Just do something to get that aggression out, you know, cry and yell on the phone with my friend. But putting that out publicly, I would not do that. Because there's nothing good that can come of it. And trust me, the law enforcement agents would look poorly upon that. They want to see the parent who's being mature, who's acting like an adult, who's putting their child first, who's thinking about Sebastian's best interest rather than their anger. Because especially like, and this is the thing a lot of people don't understand. In family court cases, you're not supposed to go in there showing any type of emotion. And that's why I think that it's very difficult for Nina, because she's very emotional. She's very passionate about her children. She's protective of her children. And I think that was one of the problems, because it was for me, you know, because I had to learn the hard way that you can't just go in there guns blazing. You have to be level-headed. It's probably better if you don't cry. It's probably better if you don't show any emotion and you act like a freaking robot. That's just what is expected from the judges and things like that. And so I would be buttering these people up. Totally. Because that's how you get answers from some, you know, you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar, you know. And like I said, that is something that I had to learn the hard way. I didn't just, you know, because trust me, it's not easy. Taking the high road is the hardest thing, but it's the best thing that you can do, in my opinion. Oh, James. Yeah. See, I've tried to put myself in Seth's place, and I don't think I could keep from losing it and doing something that I know would be so very wrong, in my opinion. So it's easy to put myself in his place. Yeah. Or so it's not, excuse me. So it's not easy to put myself in his place. Exactly. And we don't know what we would do until it happens to us, really. I mean, there's, you know, fight, flight, freeze, and appease. Those are pretty normal responses, right? But still, you know, you might have a day where you're, you know, fight is more than your adrenaline's going more than the day before and stuff like that, and that urgency. If you came in late, hey, Jude says, if you came in late, my dog chased a possum and my cat caught a mouse earlier while I was chatting. It's a wild kingdom over there. And Django was mad because he didn't get anything. He's a beagle and he wants stuff like that. Town Chat Cafe says, wasn't there also a black vehicle that came through that night to like a sedan or an SUV? I'm not 100% on that. It's kind of cloudy to me. I don't know. It was my understanding that there was only 2 vehicles that came in the neighborhood. One was the Uber to the airport. The other one was another person. The 3 a.m. car. But maybe there was another one. C. Taylor says, Seth Rogers, thank you for your live. We know how busy you must be every day, so we appreciate it. It really does keep Sebastian's name at the forefront as he deserves. Exactly. And, we learn more information, and it's straightforward information. And I really appreciate Seth for being straightforward. Because that's a difference that we're not really used to from both sides. So, Rob Beanie says, I'll print off some this week and get Columbus Zoo, Legend Valley, and Gaming Store, plus fiance is DoorDasher. So, oh, that's awesome, Rob Beanie. Okay, so we'll have to print some out to pass out. That is amazing. Heck yeah. Oh, you guys are so sweet. I really appreciate you. Oh, thank you. All I need is Jesus Coffee and True Crime. It's the lighting. It's the lighting. No, I was saying I'm trying something a little bit different. That's so sweet of you. Thank you, honey. We are Sebastian's Army. Thanks, Panda Bear's mom. I have a tapestry coming. I got to do something with the set a little bit different. And then I also want to put some lights kind of underneath Sebastian's flyer so we can see it better. But it's all in the works. I'm trying to do some Hollywood magic in my living room here. Thank you, Cece. You guys are so sweet. You guys are awesome. Jude, hey Jude. Aw, you guys, come on now. Your beagle, Connie says my beagle is a little terror at night. He's just very, I don't know, he hears something out there, because I don't even hear anything going on out there, but he hears it, and he's not having it. Hey, Kaika, good to see you. Yark, yark. He's just barking away. He's just barking away over here. He sounds big, doesn't he, Tori? He's always been like that, even when he was a puppy. Like, when he first started getting his bark, he sounds like he's like a Rottweiler. No, probably not that bad. But and I don't even want to say it because he'll probably do it, but he has like a bell to his howl, and it's like a freaking siren. If he gets to going, that's why I'm trying to keep him, I'll say, so he'll quiet down, because must be a beagle thing. Connie, usually he's so quiet. Usually he is so chill. He just sleeps all the time. We went to the dog park too earlier, so I'm surprised he's not ready to crash out, but he hears something out there. Like you guys said, he's doing his job, so that's awesome. All I need is Jesus Coffee and True Crime, says Seth. I put you and Sebastian on my church prayer list and another church prayer list where I visit sometimes. Thank you. Thank you so much. That is amazing. Thank you for doing that. And that's important, guys, because that gets everybody together, It does. It gets everybody together, and where there is one or more, where there is more than one, I think is the verse, it's just strength in numbers. So thank you. And Megan L says, I wish Summer had a Seth. Thankfully, Sebastian and Faith have a Seth. That's right. Exactly. And, and I didn't mean anything bad when I was talking about Nina, because I'm the same way. I'm very, I'm passionate. We'll just say that. And so thank you, Megan. I agree. I agree. And James says then for Sebastian to go missing, that was not how it would have played, in my opinion. Well, it's just all strange. Everything's pointing to a direction that, I wish that it was something where I thought like somebody could have grabbed him or somebody, you know what I mean? So we could find, I wish that we knew more, for one, but I don't know. Do I like to blame the other parents? No, heck no, I don't like that. Because that's truly sinister, right? You think if it's a stranger, then it's a stranger who doesn't know, and like maybe more indiscriminate, right? But if you think it's a parent that's involved, it can be, that's scary as hell, right? Parents are supposed to love and protect their kids. And Connie says, Summer unfortunately has no one. Breaks my heart. I know, Connie. I know. And that's why it's really important. We're going to talk more about Summer this week. We are. Because she deserves it. You know what I mean? She deserves it. She's a beautiful little girl. I still can't believe she's not been found. Connie, Snoopy's acting up tonight too, she says. These two little rascals, I'm telling you. Oh, Ollie the weenie. How cute. Wagging his tail under his blanket. Oh, Django, you got a friend over here. He's already back to sleep. He sleeps all the time. I had to wake him up today. It was like 5:30. I was like, you want to wake up and take a walk or anything, bud? Or you want to go to the dog park? Aw, that's so cute, Sammy. Oh, Cinderella says every time someone replies to me, the first name or the first letter of their name isn't there. How weird. I don't know what YouTube does sometimes. People were telling me they weren't getting my notifications and stuff like that too. So I don't know why YouTube does that weird stuff. All right, guys, let's watch another clip here. Aw, Tori, thank you for doing that. Tori says, I'm a foster parent in Tennessee, James Coover, and you're right. So many people need someone. They do, or so many children, rather, need someone. Yeah, they really do. And, and sometimes it's just a matter of getting resources in, right, too? And then, but so thank you, Tori, for doing that. I really appreciate you doing that. Hey, Forrest, glad you're here, hon. I tried to go on a little bit early tonight, guys. I know I'm usually the late guy, late crew. And Megan L says, in my opinion, Seth tried every possible way with CP and KP to find out where Sebastian is. None of them worked, so now he's doing it on his own. Yeah, and that's, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. Meg, you're right. And I think that that's what you got to do what you got to do. You can't force other people to do something. But you can take, the way that you can feel, like you're taking action and control of the situation. Like the only thing you can do is to do the right thing yourself. So yeah, Meg, I agree 100%. He tried. I know. All I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime. And, I agree. Tony says I wouldn't be able to control myself. I understand. I understand it from both ways, but trust me, if you know that it's for your kiddo, you would do it. I know you would, Tony, because you have a good heart, Aw, thanks, Connie. She says, thank you, Seth. Cammy says, so who done it? It's a real who done it. I think there's enough circumstantial evidence to come to a conclusion. But again, you know, even if I thought, which I mean, I really do think that I am correct. Of course, I know we all kind of think that, right? But even if I was like 99.99% sure, right? We still can't really say definitively until someone is, you know, convicted. It's kind of different, like with Adam Montgomery. We can talk about him and he's guilty, 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 right? Because he's been convicted, but we can't do that. And, you know, it's just part of the United States and the way that our justice system works, Constitution, a lot of different things, and it's just the way it is. And, you know, of course, you know, there's been there's one example of a young eyewitness that thought that her uncle had come in and taken her grandmother's life and raped her, right? But it was a guy that looked very similar to her uncle, and she identified the wrong guy, right? And then she was able to retract it later on when they did find out who it really was, through DNA evidence. But you know, she swore up and down. She's like, I saw the man who came in and did it. I was hiding, you know, and he didn't know I was there. But she was only a little girl and she got the wrong person. So we just have to be super careful because none of us would want to be, you know, tried without proper evidence and, you know, due process of the law and all of that kind of stuff. So, Brandy and Indy, thank you for this comment. Brandy says, I understand, but Seth needs to be here for Sebastian. He knows that, in my opinion, and Sebastian has always been Seth's priority. I'm sure Seth wants to, but it's not going to help find Sebastian. Amen, Brandy. Thank you for that. Thank you. It's true. You don't fight fire with fire, or you don't put gasoline on fire. You know, you try to extinguish it. You don't try to make it bigger and badder, you know? Hey, Boots. Oh, I'm glad you were in here, Boots. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I enjoyed talking with you in chat the other day, or yesterday, maybe the other day now. Oh no, Meg. Meg says I spent the past 4 months saying hi to someone in chat by the wrong name because the first letter was missing. How weird. I wonder if that's like a glitch throughout or something. The YouTube verse. Hey, KJ Mac. Good to see you. Cinderella says, Seth being able to be with John Walsh, Polly Class's father, will help too. I just try and think of things. Yeah, absolutely, Cinderella. And I think that it's important to have a lot of different resources. You know what I mean? Whatever Seth needs and wants. That's really what, you know, needs to happen, in my opinion. All right, guys. So I finally caught up a little bit. Let's go to 5.
Every day I meet somebody after it's been more than a year, even here in Clarksville. I meet people that don't know about Sebastian. And that's, you know, it's disheartening at times. And it has to be fixed. It has to be corrected. And the only way I can do that is to get more numbers out there, more addresses, have more people put out flyers. Yes, Department of Education. If there is a Department of Education near you, go there. Take flyers. Speak to them. Have them go ahead because they can pass the flyers to the schools. Same thing with TSA. Same thing with your local law enforcement. I mean, we can't stop. I will let you know that Walmart, because I've seen some comments about Walmart keeps taking it down. I will let you know that the Walmart right over here next to my house, because there's a neighborhood market, I've been over there. I spoke to them, and they knew me, and they met Sebastian before he went missing. And I was like, you guys took his picture down. He lives less than a mile from here. And they turned around and put his flyer next to the board all by itself, and it stays there now. Every 3 months, they take them down. Every 3 months, they will rotate the pictures in. You have to stay on top of them. You have to. You have to go in there and ask them, or you have to call them up and ask them, and they'll put it back up, but it takes an effort. You have to call them. Most of the time, you have to talk to each individual store because corporate has them up there. But again, corporate rotates everything. It's their process. It's how they do it. And the only way to not do it is to, is to go in there and speak to them in person and tell them, ask them, don't tell them, but ask them to do that. And they will comply for the most part, and they'll put his picture back up there because they can always pull that picture back up and have it back up there. Nick said it. His question was, does Sebastian have a Homer Simpson hoodie? No, not that I know of. All of his hoodies are here that he owns are here, but I've never known him to ever have any type of, The Simpsons or anything. Sebastian is pretty, when it comes down to like pictures and stuff and logos and stuff on his shirts and his clothes, if there's any type of, he normally sticks with either Minecraft, Transformers, Spider-Man, Batman, Star Wars. I might have said that twice, but yeah, that's normally the stuff that he doesn't normally. Purple, not a chance. No.
Does Sebastian sleep with the light on, Seth?
He does not have a nightlight on, and he doesn't sleep with a light on in his room. Now, just remember, all these questions that you ask, I can only answer for what he does here.
Yeah. And somebody named Nicole made a statement or a question that a lot of people were reacting to, but I tried to find her question, and the chat's moving so fast I couldn't find it. So Nicole, if you've got a question, or
I did hear about that, CB Canada. I saw the video. That was not Sebastian. Funny story. I like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I liked them when I was growing up. I had all the figures and stuff like that. Took really good care of them anyways. But I tried to get Sebastian to actually get into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles because cartoons back then normally had a moral point of the episode, but he didn't like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I thought it was funny that he doesn't like them because not only are they ninjas, but they're great. And he just, nope, did not like it.
Okay, guys, turtle power. But Sebastian was like not having it. And I think that was like our generation, more so. That's so cute. So Clarksville, Seth said that when he goes around, that there's still people that don't know that Sebastian's missing. And so, it's just kind of spreading that awareness and just always remembering too, some people aren't into as much social media, or maybe they don't pay attention to true crime, and not all of us do, but all of us do, but Department of Education is a really great way to spread awareness. So print flyers, go and speak with them about Sebastian, drop them off, and they can, disperse those flyers out. So another really great idea. I'm going to try to put these all in kind of maybe like a slideshow format. Your local law enforcement officers, right? We can go to our local law enforcement officers and say, here's a stack of flyers, and they'll put them up. They probably, I would be willing to guess that they would probably think, what a wonderful thing to do. And, if you got a little bit of extra money, it might not hurt to bring them a dozen donuts and say, here you go, could you please make sure you pass these out? Subtle bribes could work. But he says we can't stop. Seth says we just can't stop. We have to keep going, right? He gives an example of Walmart and how the corporate rotates out the missing flyers because, a lot of times Walmart will have that big wall and it's like cork board, right? And they will put up like recalls and things like that, but they also will put up missing posters. But he said that he went to his local neighborhood market and he told them like, look, Sebastian's still missing. And so now he has his own spot, which is fantastic. But we have to keep double checking our spots, right, guys? Because, somebody might think, oh, okay, he's probably been found or something like that. Or maybe they need room for something else. So it's always good to go in there and check and remind them. I think that's a really good idea. One of the Walmarts that I stopped at when I was handing out flyers had told me that they have a rotation. So I know what Seth's talking about. They have a rotation for these things, excuse me, but that they would put it in their break room. Because I just said, well, can you put it in your break room or, like near your employee room? And they're like, yeah, we could do that. And so even if somebody tells you no at first, let that kind of salesperson kick in a little bit and be like, well, what about this? And sometimes they'll be like, oh yeah, I can do that, but it's just, what they say on Tommy Boy, don't take no prisoners. Nope. Don't take no for an answer. Right. So don't take no for an answer. And I mean, don't harass these people or anything, guys, but it's just like, maybe they didn't think of it or something like that, or maybe they're willing to put it in, or if they say, well, no, we can't do it in the break room, say, well, do you mind taking it? You know what I mean? And sometimes they'll say yes, so sometimes another option might help, but reminding them that Sebastian's still out there, he's still missing. And then Seth goes into talking about, somebody asked a question about Sebastian's clothes, right? So Seth says that, many of the graphics that Sebastian likes to wear is like Minecraft. He likes to wear Transformers. He likes Spider-Man and Batman, Star Wars. And, we saw him wearing Baby Yoda t-shirt. Sebastian doesn't wear purple, though. Okay, just keep in mind he does not wear purple. Seth said not a chance, and he does not like the Ninja Turtles. So, and I think I said it wrong too. Heroes in a half shell, turtle power, right? But those are some of the things that he does like. Now, I remember Chris and Katie saying that there was going to be 3 graphics that could have been on his t-shirt. One was Minecraft, one was Halloween, and the other one was Star Wars. So, any of those depictions, but we're going to play this next part really quick because Tony brings up an interesting point. So I'll kind of just segue into it. My Walmart never had one for Sebastian Rogers, but when we were in Seneca, South Carolina, the Walmart had one. Really, Anne? Oh, that's good to know. Good for Seneca there. I will also give flyers to my police department. Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, and and like I said, just be real kind to them, smile, be nice, and they're going to be impressed with that. I think law enforcement loves to see the community getting out, helping each other like that, spreading awareness. Because it takes all of us to do it. It's not just their job, really. It's our job as a community. who knows that this child's out there. Oh, Robbie, I didn't see that thumbnail. Silver says CP probably had a 4-day weekend. Ooh, CP. Silvers is on the scene. He's got Silvers too as well. Yeah, James says I could understand rotating ones from other states, but when it's a child from that town or state should always stay up, in my opinion. I agree. Well, and Seth even said that, he's like, look, this, you guys met him. He lives, what did he say, a mile away, neighborhood market. I agree, James. Really, Cece, I'll have to go check him out. Aw, thank you, Tony. I tried to wear something white because I was trying to work with these lights that I got. It's a learning curve, it's a learning curve. All right, guys, here we go. We're going to watch this next one.
Beth, I'm going to drop the email that somebody's asked that wants to volunteer. Wearesebastiansarmy@gmail.com. Can you or one of the mods pin that, please?
I am not in YouTube right now, so Justin should be able to do that. Any of the mods should be able to do it. It's on the front page. It's on my page. I fixed it so links can get posted in chat too. Sebastian likes anime. The last one that he was really into was Sword Art Online. He's got others that we like to watch. But Sword Art Online, he was into that enough that he's watched all of them, and he has the video game on the PlayStation for it. He's also got Naruto, and he's got a lot of, and these are all on his handheld device. But
yeah, somebody said Nicole just commented. I don't know if you're seeing it, Seth, but I'm not seeing it in StreamYard.
I don't know.
Maybe if somebody could copy and paste that.
I did see this one, but I have not been notified yet or seen a picture of it. I believe that was actually on Justin's, and I haven't spoken to him since I started the stream.
Scranton Strangler says, where can we buy a bracelet or shirt? You don't have to buy a bracelet. We'll give you a bracelet. If you email wearesebastiansarmy@gmail.com, no apostrophe, just wearesebastiansarmy@gmail.com, we can get you a shirt. Is that the old North Carolina lead, Seth?
Yeah, I did go myself. No. Sebastian spoke English, and that's it. He wasn't really, like, I was trying to get him to learn how to speak another language, and I'm hoping with us continuing to watch anime that I'll get him hooked on an anime that's only in Japanese, and it'll be enough of motivation for him to learn Japanese. I'm hoping. Got to figure out how to get your kids to learn. Sometimes it just takes thinking outside the box.
Said, you see it?
Speaking of Teresa, who was in Justin's chat and saw Sebastian in Kentucky at a doctor. Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Justin will be reaching out to me as soon as this live is over. Which I don't know.
We appreciate everybody that has these sightings. I think one of the things that surprises me is it just literally takes 1 second to pull your phone out and snap a picture. And, we take pictures of all these random things, and I would just love it if some of these sightings, we could get a picture so you could at least say yay or nay. You know what I'm saying?
Tarot of Hope, I can't. All of his blankets are in his room. Every blanket that I have bought him is in his room. So it's in me how he did not leave. He didn't take anything out of that residence when he disappeared. I mean, his shoes are still there. His backpack is still there. You are so welcome, K-Mac. I know a lot of people were asking, and I know I didn't really respond to anybody. I know that there's questions, and believe me, I will. If it's Sebastian, everybody will know, because you'll see me. I'll go live from my phone as soon as I find Sebastian.
Okay, guys. So Seth, confirms that he does not believe that the sighting in Missouri is Sebastian, right? Because he's younger, and he would be older by now. And I think that was one of the things that kind of he was trying to, basically identified there. But I know that we were all hoping for a different outcome. And then, of course, we are Sebastian's Army at gmail.com is a good way to, if you wanted to buy a t-shirt or if you want a bracelet, Tony says that you don't have to buy a bracelet, so they will send one to you. And another cool thing that we learned about Sebastian, which I know this has been mentioned before too, but some people might not know, that Sebastian likes anime. He likes to play a certain game on the PlayStation, also Naruto, but that's more of on the handheld game. And then there was another sighting at the Kentucky doctor's office. But, Tony brings in a really good point. So, snap a picture and definitely call LE, right? And then you can share it with everybody else as well. But mainly make sure that you are snapping that picture so someone can say yes, no, maybe, and track down. Because it's just really important to remember that, even though you saw it with your own eyes, you have to try to kind of convey it to somebody else so they can see it too. And then, again, we are Sebastiansarmy at gmail.com for shirts, bracelet. And then Seth did go himself to Grandfather Mountain, to the South Carolina lead. That was, there was another child who looked a lot like Sebastian. I do believe that he did look a lot like Sebastian, right? But Seth did hop in his vehicle and go right there whenever the sighting happens. So he does know for sure on that as well. And then he also says that Sebastian only speaks English, but he does like the anime. And so there's some anime that are just strictly in Japanese. And he was hoping that he could get him into one of those so that way he could, he would be motivated to learn Japanese. And so I thought that was really neat because I agree. I think that, when your child shows interest in something, it's a good opportunity for some learning, right? Like you can kind of sneak it in and it's more fun, right? Because they're already interested and you already have them engaged. So really, really nice to hear that. And then all of Sebastian's blankets are accounted for at Seth's. So any blankets that, Sebastian had over at Seth's, those are all accounted for. He knows that they're there. Seth says he didn't take anything out of the residence. Everything's all still there. when he disappeared. So even if, big if, Sebastian walked out of the house on his own, he did not take anything like, money, a coat, his shoes, a hat, anything. And then Seth says as soon as he finds Sebastian, he's going to fire up alive, so that no need to worry. As soon as that happens, he will definitely let us all know. So, hey, Granny to 13, I think Seth should hand out court green packets with flyers and bracelets in them. Yeah, I think he has done that. I know he has, Granny to 13. I know he has. But again, we were talking about this a little bit on Saturday Night's Live. And I saw the same crap today. I saw the same crap today from the same creator today. Somebody sent me a clip of it. And she was bashing Seth and, saying that, I'm not even going to entertain or repeat it because it's not worth it. But it's just all misinformation. But he has sent out flyers and bracelets and things like that in the past. But they were a bunch of haters that were saying things like, oh, don't send, them your email and all kinds of hateful nonsense. I don't think Seth has time for anything. And besides looking for Sebastian, and I don't think he's willing to even take any of his efforts off of that. So for people to kind of say that he's got some nefarious reason behind wanting to send shirts and bracelets and flyers and things like that, it's just, it's just something somebody would say if they're hateful, and this person's extra hateful. Rosebud says, and if you see a car and honestly, I think it's the jealousy. It's the packet envy, right? When it comes to this person, because they're jealous that they don't want to be talking to this creator. Well, I mean, don't hate because of that. Maybe make a change or do something. I just don't know. I just don't know. To me, it's packet envy on this. Don't, I take it with a grain of salt, even less, probably a grain of sand. And Rosebud says, and if you see a car in a possible sighting, get a license plate number. Thank you, Rosebud. Exactly. It's very easy to track folks by a license plate number and be discreet and don't post on social media. Exactly. Post it right. Give it right to, post it on law enforcement. Give it right to law enforcement. Give them a call and say, and you can call multiple sources, right? You can call Sumner County Sheriff's Office. You can call the TBI, and I would highly recommend this, right? I would urge you to do this. Call the FBI, call DOG, right? And give them that tip. Make sure all 4 of those entities have the tip. And then that way, like you said, Rosebud, yeah, here's the license plate number. It might be a possible lead in Sebastian's case. And then if if you're feeling extra saucy, which I would definitely, encourage this as well, email them those tips as well. So that way that's like a double, right? Especially if you think you see Sebastian. I mean, scream to the rooftops, to the law enforcement agencies and their emails and the dog tip line and things like that, because, the quicker we find out what's going on, the faster we can track down and see if it is or if it isn't. I sure hope so, Connie. Hopefully Sebastian is found soon. Debutante, good to see you, Debutante. She says, Seth truly loves his son. It's so apparent. I don't feel that from the other side at all. Yeah, I know, Debutante, and that's why, I make sure. But like I said earlier, if Katie was to put out a call to action and say, this is what we need to be doing, could you please help us call these numbers, and did that, I would do it for her. I certainly would. Because that's his mom, and if she's willing to help and she's trying, then I will give her that benefit of the doubt. And local LE, thanks, Rosebud, for that too. Absolutely, guys. And it's just like, just making sure that law enforcement are the first to know. It's really important, especially if you think you see him, especially if he's in a car, or, just or even if it probably not even I probably misspoke there. Not even if he's just in a car, if he's walking down the road, if you see a kid that looks like Sebastian, call it in. Take a picture though, like Tony said. That's so important, because that way you can say, this is the kid, and this is Sebastian. This is what we think. So definitely, guys. Thank you, Rosebud. All right, guys, let's go back through this other clip.
Well, honestly, I was not frantic. I mean, you can't really be frantic when you're responding to something like this. I guess some people might be. I went in there with a clear mind to see what was going on. And I do know that the dogs were there. You're right. Miss Lisa says it's almost cheaper to buy a printer at Walmart than to pay someone to print flyers.
Doesn't Sumner County do those, Seth, or is there still a fee associated with it?
If I run out, I ask them if they have the funds, they will print me some. Otherwise, I go get them printed myself.
Gotcha.
It's like sometimes I'll put in, I'll be like, hey, I'm out of flyers. And then as soon as they let me know that they have flyers, but they still have to make sure it's within their budget, because I go pick up 1,000 flyers from them. It doesn't take long to go through that.
Did LE tell us who the green hoodie person is? You don't have to say if you can't. They did not tell us who the green hoodie person was, but we are 100% confident that they made contact with this person and that person is not affiliated with this situation, as per their statement.
They went as far as showing me the body cam that they had made contact with the individual. They did not show me their face, and they did not tell me their name, because they don't want the individual harassed. But they did make contact, and it is definitely nobody I know. No idea, Beth. I do not know if they interviewed with Ellie. That I do not. They did not tell me. I just know that when they contacted me, I told them to make sure that they contacted Sebastian's mother. You want my opinion? My opinion is based off of.
Probably need to stay away from that one, buddy.
Well,
we don't think you ran away.
Law enforcement said they have no evidence he ever left the house. I'm going to answer this question. You may not like the answer, Miss Carmelita Dorsey. I hope I did not butcher your name too bad.
Seth, you can't answer that, buddy.
I am Sebastian's father. I believe the person responsible for his well-being and safety is the person he's living with, period. So if I have him and something were to happen to him, I'm to blame. He was not here when he went missing. So I'm only human. I am not perfect. And yes, I blame his mom, because she was supposed to be responsible for him. Don't know what happened to him, but that's just my opinion. My opinion is that if you're an adult watching children, you are responsible for those children. If something happens to the child or those children underneath your watch, you're responsible. That's just basic accountability and responsibility, my opinion. I hope that answers your question as much as I can.
Someone wants to know if you're moving with all the boxes in the back.
What boxes in the bag?
The boxes that they see by your TV. No, he's not. He's not moving.
No. Actually, most of those boxes have Hot Wheels in them. And some of them are for ornaments for the Christmas tree, things along those lines. One of those is actually also a DeWalt rolling kit full of Magic the Gathering cards. So yeah, no, that wouldn't even hold my bookshelf from moving. Appreciate it though.
Okay, so Seth says, those would not hold his bookshelf. That's kind of how I felt. I was like, well, there's like two or three boxes back there, and yeah. But either way, nosy Rosie's over there. So Seth said that when he arrived the morning that he found out that Sebastian was missing, so he went straight from Davidson County Jail, where he was working, straight to Chris and Katie's residence. But he says he wasn't frantic. He said you can't be frantic in a situation like that when you're responding to an emergency. He said you have to, stay calm. And he said he was, very calm and level-headed when he got there. And he said the dogs were there when he got there. And, I agree with that. I just know that I would be frantic. I would, but I understand. And especially, you have to remember too that Seth is a corrections officer. So he's been trained to stay calm in a chaotic situation, right? So if one of the inmates is going crazy and stuff like that, if he goes in there and matches that energy, it's going to be like a shit show, right? But if he stays calm, then he has control of the situation. It's the same thing here. If he was to go in there, where's my son, Katie? Damn you, it's all your fault, that would be bad, right? And the police might even ask him to leave leave the house, leave the situation, right? So it's very good that he kept a calm head on his shoulders, because that's the best way that you can take care of a situation and stay calm. Seth answered all of the questions. He did, Roxy. He sure did. He's very good about doing that. He's been like that as long as I've watched him, and I was watching him on Pascal. And Pascal would ask him a question and he'd give an answer. He's always been like that. I did not know that there was a fee to get flyers from the sheriff's office, but apparently it does have to be within their budget, and he says he picks up about 1,000 flyers at a time, and that he can really go through those very quickly. And so I thought, okay, wow, that's information I didn't know. They also confirmed some things about the green hoodie. So green hoodie, Seth says that he's 100% sure that law enforcement made contact, and also according to law enforcement, that the green hoodie doesn't have anything to do with the situation. Seth was shown the body worn camera showing that they made contact with green hoodie. Now, they didn't show him her face or didn't give a name, but Seth assures us that they did make contact with this person. And then America's Most Wanted, he's not sure if they interviewed LE for the special that's going to be happening the end of April, beginning of May. And then let's see. Oh, he did ask that America's Most Wanted make contact with Sebastian's mother, which again, I think that is the best way to do it. I would do the same thing. I'd say, good night, Anne. Good night, honey. I would say, you need to speak with my ex-husband. You need to speak with my daughter's father. It's only right. It's the proper thing to do. It's only proper. And then Tony says that he does not think, or excuse me, Tony says that they do not think that Sebastian ran away. And Seth says that law enforcement has no evidence that Sebastian ever left the house. And then Seth goes into something which, again, I think he handled it properly. The last person with Sebastian is the one to blame. They're the one responsible. Even though he doesn't know what happened to him, but he does know that this all transpired under KK's watch and that she is responsible just due to basic accountability and responsibility, right? And honestly, I don't know why there isn't a level of personal accountability when it comes to Katie. Because in my opinion, if my daughter was in her bed and the next morning she wasn't there anymore, I would blame myself no matter what. Because again, it happened under my watch. And so I completely understand what Seth is saying there. And even though, you know, he doesn't know what happened, he just knows that that was the last place Sebastian was. And honestly, you know, it is what it is. It's just, I mean, those are the facts. And then we have Nosy Rosie's and asking Seth if he's going to move, if he's going to be moving. And he said, no, I'm not moving. Those are boxes of Christmas ornaments. They're also a collection, you know, because we know Sebastian collects Hot Wheels. So there were Hot Wheels back there. And then his Magic, the Gathering cards, right? So, and he keeps them, you know, organized in a box and everything like that, right? But I don't even know how people were paying attention to the background, because I certainly wasn't until he said that. So, you know, there we have it, and a lot of information. Yeah, Brandy and Indy said, Roxy, it's coming. Seth is focusing on finding Sebastian right now, but it's coming. I agree, Brandy. I do. All right, guys, let's get back into these other clips, because I do only have a few more, but I don't want to. Yeah, there we go, because I know we've been on quite a while. But I always enjoy talking with you guys. Always love it.
We must keep the faith, keep the faith. God works in his own pace. And may not be, you know, may not be fast enough for me. But then again, God teaches us patience in the worst ways. He is not a deep sleeper per se. Like, he's not a deep sleeper, but he definitely doesn't like to get up. Does he use his cell phone to wake up? Yes, he has an alarm on his cell phone to wake up. Has he slept through it? Yeah.
He's a kid. It's what kids do.
I'm an adult. I sleep through my alarm sometimes on my phone too. But good question. Good question.
And let me, before you answer any other questions, Seth, you know, please understand that if we don't like your question, we won't answer your question. If we come across as being tired, it's because we're tired. So we appreciate every one of these questions that are framed with good intentions. And, you know, like I said, I think I speak for both of us when I say that we're just, you know, we're tired. So we're trying to do everything we can to be polite and friendly. Sometimes we miss the bubbly and happy part of that, but, you know, just want you to hear it from us that we do appreciate the questions, and we'll do our best to answer them. You know who that is? You know who that is, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah. I do. Yeah, I know who it is. All up in my chat. Will there be a spring search? Understand that we're tracking down every rabbit hole, every tip that comes in. That is the stage that we are at. I personally don't believe my son has been hiding for 14 months out in the woods, 8 miles from his mom and stepfather's house, playing, in the woods. Law enforcement definitely went through there. I know that several other agencies that law enforcement spoke with has gone through there. I don't believe my son's hiding in the woods. I believe that he is elsewhere. That's why I run down every one of these leads that I can. Any lead that comes to me, it's a rabbit hole, and I will go down it. Right, Tony?
That's it.
We have. I don't know if they didn't hear me or not, but I already answered that one.
We have followed leads that we thought were really something that turned out to be absolutely nothing, and we've not really wanted to follow leads down and followed them, and turned out to be something interesting. So, if you could put yourself in this situation where somebody you loved was missing, you just can't sleep at night if there's a tip that came in that you didn't follow up on. I mean, it's just it's one of those things that's built into you as a parent, where you just feel like that you've got to, unless you definitively know it's no good, then you've got to follow it up. And sometimes that means driving halfway across the country.
Well, Tony, you've got a tip that came in, and you called me up and you were like, can you go ahead and pack an overnight bag and, head to this address? And I called you 30 minutes later, and I was already on 24 heading.
What was that one? That was about 5 hours away, right?
Yeah, that was, I don't know, Tony. I don't even know.
I didn't ask you if you were tired or you were well rested or any of that, did I?
Doesn't matter.
Because I knew what you were going to say. You were going to say, hey, I'll get on the road, I'll get a Red Bull, and, when I need to sleep, I'll pull over.
What's funny is that actually I keep my bug out bag right there, and it's packed with 3 days worth of clothes. I just pick it up and go.
Hey, Crafting and True Crime, good to see you. So Seth says, he's ready to go. He's got a bag all packed and everything. For those preppers out there, we all know what that is. But yeah, or people who enjoy watching preppers, bug out bag, but it just means like a bag that's already packed, ready to go. So if you have to hit the road in a second, you got that, to do that with. So Seth, of course, again, talks about keeping the faith, that God teaches us patience in the worst ways sometimes. And I agree, because that's one that he's always teaching me as well. It's hard. And then also, guys, the volunteer email for at night, I will put that again in the description of the video. Because that one is also good, per Nick the Hat. So if you want to volunteer, they are going to get some volunteer opportunities, and I'm sure they already have some. But we all know that right now, with the call to action, that's a volunteer opportunity as it is, right? Just make those calls, make those emails, write those letters. And again, like I said, you don't have to handwrite, 50 letters. You can just print off 50 copies of them, or, but if you are a writer and you do want to do that, then you can always do that. And it doesn't have to be long. As a matter of fact, the more concise, sweet, and to the point it is, the more likely that they'll read it, right? We don't want something really, really long, because if we do that, we might lose the interest of the reader, right? So just something to keep in mind. And then someone asked if Sebastian is, a light or heavy sleeper. Seth said, sometimes he could sleep through his phone alarm, on his alarm clock, which we all can do that. And he says that, but yeah, he's not really a heavy sleeper. He's not really a light sleeper. It's not something where he is a heavy sleeper, or a very light sleeper. And then Tony talks about how, they're tired and they're not going to be as bubbly and happy. And I don't think people expect them to. I think sometimes people will ask those like silly questions, and maybe they were trolling, because it seemed like there were some trolls all up in Seth's chat. So I'm like, okay. But yeah, they're not gonna, because if they do get up there, I kind of try to keep a bubbly, high spirit. I mean, it's part of my personality too. But you know, they're working so hard and just, constantly going. And like, what was said earlier, Tony's got a job and a family, and that sort of thing. And so, he's probably not going to be the most bubbly guy. To me, if I was to guess, I think Tony is a high D personality, and that's based on the Tony Robbins scale, right? If anybody's familiar with that, we learned that kind of in real estate, or I did. And he's more direct, right? He's just a direct kind of guy, to the point, right? He's not the one that's fluffing a whole lot of stuff, right? He's just straight to the point, which I appreciate that. And someone asked if there's going to be a spring search. And Seth says, well, he's going over every single tip that comes in and every rabbit hole, but he does not believe that Sebastian is hiding in the woods, 8 miles away from his mom's house, that he's just, simply doesn't believe that he's out in the woods hiding. He thinks that, something else happened. And so Seth also says that he runs down all the leads that come in. And Tony brought up a really important point, that, when you're in this position and your child's out there, if somebody calls in a tip or leads you down a rabbit hole, you're going to go investigate that tip and go down that rabbit hole, because if you don't, you're not going to be able to sleep at night, because you're going to be worried, and you're going to say, dang, I should check that, even though I don't think it's anything, but I need to check it, right? It's just like when I posted the Missouri video. I didn't think that it was Sebastian, but I wanted to post it and see what you all thought. I sent it in because I wanted to make sure that it wasn't something, because if I just overlook it and think, that's nothing, and then the next thing I know, it could be Sebastian out there. So, I mean, I feel that. I feel what Tony was saying, as a parent, and then as somebody who, there was maybe a possible sighting, right? Because I couldn't forgive myself if I didn't turn that in, just in case, just because we just don't know. So I mean, it's like amplified by a million for Seth, right? Because his son is out there, and everything and anything needs to be explored and investigated, and I appreciate that. So, hey Bobby, good to see you. Yeah, apparently the 3 a.m. was impounded, the vehicle. I heard that. Oh, does it work? Oh no, answer, ring her like she told the 13 days ago. Answer if you want important information. Oh, who's MMO answering? Why aren't you answering MMO? The email. Who's MMO? Kaika. Tony says, what's that song? It's time to go, we're moving slow. Yes. Crafting, I got this projector. And I'm trying new set things, but today I was like, let me see how the projector works. And there's different things on there. It actually has a filter that has all green stars. So I'm gonna try that one for tomorrow night. But yeah, I thought it would be it's different. I'm changing the set a little bit. Oh, okay. Crafting says, I sent Seth an email with all locations for New Jersey stations and state barracks. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. Aw, thanks, Tony. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Crafting. Yeah, and I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna try to put it in an easier format too. Like Seth's call to action, probably put all the numbers and things like that in it, but just bear with me on it. So I'll try to get it out there. That way you guys can have kind of like a blueprint for, what we can be doing. Because I think if everybody does that, and hopefully people were doing it today. I'm gonna try to make it a point to make some calls tomorrow, and craft out the email, and I could probably do a blast like very, very quickly and at least get that one off. Yeah, what I'll do, Tony, is I will put it in the description for tonight's video, and I'll put the volunteer ones. Now, always keep in mind, guys, it might take Seth a little while to get back to everybody, because if he put his email out there, um, there's a pretty good chance that he's getting inundated with emails. Just putting it out there. Excuse me. And Brandy and Indy says he's just saying based on what he knows, Sebastian is not in the woods near his mom's. He thinks he's outside of the search zone, in my opinion. Could be, Brandy. And, he could be thinking that he is being kept somewhere too. I mean, I'm not sure. But yeah, you're right. Oh, hey, bad actors. Good to see you, hon. Thank you for being here. I can't stay awake. It's 1:30. Oh, I know, Bobby. I came on at 10 today. You should be proud of me. No, I'm going to try to do that through the week this week, guys. So, he did, CC. Just a little bit younger though, just a little bit younger, but he resembled him so much. He really did. Um, I have all the I need to help here as far as numbers, but I don't know what I'm sending an email or what to say or call on calls or letters. What I would say is, and you don't even have to give your name. You can just be like, hello, I'm calling about Sebastian Rogers. He is missing. And you could say Wayne Drake Rogers too. He's missing out of Sumner County, Tennessee, and just kind of give them a brief description and say, I'm just trying to spread awareness about Sebastian and let you all know that he's missing. And, you know, start there. And then, the letter can be very similar, just something very short, sweet, to the point. I'm trying, to whom it may concern, I'm trying to spread awareness about Sebastian Rogers. He's, 16 years old. He's missing out of Tennessee. He's been missing for a year now, and that sort of thing. So at least they know how long he's been missing. But you can also attach his missing flyer, so that has all of the information. So even just a short little paragraph that just says, hey, here to spread awareness, this is Sebastian, he is missing, and we need to bring him home. His dad's looking for him. His dad needs him back. But thank you, Crafting, because I know, and I don't want to tell you guys exactly what to say, because I know you guys are smart and you can articulate yourselves, but just something short. And that's my biggest advice, something short, to the point. That way, if it falls on someone's desk that doesn't like the fluff, we talk about the high D personalities, it'd be better, that way it's going to capture every audience, because some people are just straight to the point, yeah, they're not going to say for now, probably, Roxy. I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely, Crafting and True Crime. And I appreciate you. I appreciate you doing everything you can. I know there's a lot of people out there that are going to do everything they can to make sure that they can get Sebastian home, and just doing our part, right? Because it makes us feel better. So especially if we're frustrated, right? That is a great way to kind of ease some of that frustration, because at least we're doing something. We're being proactive, and then here we go, guys. We're going to go ahead into this next clip.
Got my laptop. It's got everything in there. Question: his hair could be dyed, facial features changed over a year's time. Can anyone do a professional age progression photo and with dyed any color, with hair dyed any color? I think it helps.
Good idea.
We could put it in.
I would think that Carter and his group ought to be able to help us with that.
Well, I'll reach out to them, see what they can do. Pretty sure that his nose hasn't changed much. His eyes haven't changed much. I'm pretty sure he's over 5'5" now. I mean, and I'm hoping he's well fed wherever he's at. Email address for anybody that needs it. I appreciate that. After a whole year, can it be determined? Can it be? No. I mean, within 2 months, whatever he had on, I doubt that he's still wearing.
I think what she's saying is that, do we still even know what shirt he was wearing when he went missing? And I think, Girl Mom, we spoke about that at dinner that night. I mean, we're not going to get involved in attacking other creators. We're not going to get involved in attacking the mother or the stepfather, but I will speak for myself, and I can speak for Seth Rogers when I say that if we had a child go missing under our care, we would know everything that child was wearing. We would remember the way the child's hair was. We would remember everything about that night. But specifically the pants, the shirt, it wouldn't be one of three, this shirt or that shirt. If you know that there's three that are similar, you take the two that are still there and you roll those out and you know which one specifically it was. And I don't believe that we've still got specifics about what shirt he was wearing. Was it a black shirt that had a Spider-Man picture on it? Did it have a character on it? No specifics. And that just blows me away.
It does. But Joni Claire says she will plaster Wilcox, Arizona, and get flyers in the hands of state troopers. Thank you. I appreciate that. Tennessee nurse, does he shower before school or before bed? At my house, he would take a shower before bed. There's nothing like being clean when you lay down in clean sheets. You sleep better. And that's the way it operates here. As for his mama's house, I've heard that he takes a shower when he gets up.
You have trouble sleeping at your house, buddy?
No.
CNY family says Katie said he was more active at night and had trouble sleeping. Did he have trouble sleeping at your house? So I guess that's a no.
He didn't have trouble sleeping. In fact, sometimes it was like he would sleep for 10 or 12 hours at my house in one day. Now, if he was here for a week because he was on vacation or whatnot, he up all night long, playing video games, watching TV. What kids do. Like, oh, it's nighttime, let's stay up, because that's not what they get to do normally.
Justin, you're exactly right, buddy. I mean, we can't really answer questions related to Chris and Katie. We don't have any criminal attorneys guiding us or anything like that. In contrast to popular opinion, Seth only has a family attorney that's not really involved in this case at all. But we know what we can do and can't do. to keep our relationship where it is with Sumner County, and we can't really answer questions or give opinions or attack Chris and Katie, so we're just not going to do that. But we will answer questions about Sebastian, about Seth, myself, or anything non-attack related.
I think I'm way behind in chat. Yeah, I'm about 20 minutes behind in chat. I do not know. National Center for Missing and Exploited Children does age progression at 2 years missing. I will reach out to, I'll reach out to at night, and I will see if they can do it, and I will do the same thing with Sumner County. I'll even reach out to my contact with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and see if they can do it. Sorry, I'm writing down notes. Life coach. It was Larry Ninjago costume and not Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle one. Oh, I was wrong. Sure did look like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle though.
Seashell asked if we needed volunteers to help with anything. I think that we're going to get to a point where we start making these phone calls and whatnot. And I think that if you would email wearesebastiansarmy@gmail.com with your name and phone number, I think there could be a time coming soon where we will need some volunteers. Wouldn't you say, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, you haven't seen this list that I have of numbers and stuff I've been going through, dude. I mean, all 50 states plus even have numbers for U.S. embassies across the world. I've been working on that one.
One thing we need to do too is we need to thank our billboard girl. She's still got these permanent billboards that are running all throughout Tennessee, surrounding states, and other states.
You want me to use her name or just say thank you?
Just her first name. It's okay. You can use her first name.
All right. Just want to make sure. Thank you, Maddie. I appreciate everything that you're doing. I really do. I know that you do it. You don't complain about it, and you ask for more. And I don't like putting a lot of stuff on people's shoulders, but I appreciate the fact that you're alleviating some of the stress on mine.
And I can tell you, it's not easy getting people to donate permanent billboards, completely free of charge. And I watched that campaign unfold, and it was the better part of a month working every day to get those. And now we've got these companies that are calling and asking her, hey, we've got another spot available. Would you like it? This is where it's at. It may not be in the area. And of course, our answer is always yes. But again, you can't tell you how much we appreciate that, because these are places where there's thousands and thousands of cars driving by a day. So
I agree with Dancing Queen. Definitely need to bring back, putting missing children on milk cartons. I don't understand why they stopped. Not only did it bring awareness for the missing children, but at the same point in time, kind of let your own child know that they need to be aware of their own situation, so that they're more observant. Seth, do you and Sebastian have a favorite place to fish that you like to fish? Sebastian has a favorite place he likes to fish. It's wherever he can sit down. All right. Me, I like to make sure there's fish there. They're one of the places that he likes to fish is here in Montgomery County. There's a high school, and it's I think it's Montgomery. I think it's Montgomery High School. It's out on 149. They actually hold fishing tournaments and stuff out of that lake. It's right there on pretty much on school property. When you're fishing, you can see the whole school. If you're in class, you can look out at the lake. It's pretty nice. That's normally where he likes to go fishing because there's a place to do a fire, there's a place to cook food, and there's a bench, and it's mowed so he can sit down with his chair, and there's a signal for his phone so that he can listen to music, play video games on my phone while we're fishing.
Okay, guys, so that was just pictures from Google Earth view of the fishing hole that Sebastian liked. And, you can just tell that the grass was well manicured and someplace where he would like, because we know that Sebastian doesn't really like to be dirty. But then there's also, a Wi-Fi signal and things like that he would enjoy putting music on and things like that. So another really great point that somebody brought up was giving flyers out to the state troopers. So whatever state we live in, bringing some of those to the state troopers. We talked about just bringing them to our local law enforcement offices as well. Age progression. So somebody suggested that they get an age progression with different hair colors, just in case, right? And Seth said that he's going to reach out to his contacts, and to the law enforcement officers that he's working with. Also, he says that he doesn't think that Sebastian's nose or his eyes are different, but he says he's probably over 5'5" by now. And he also said that he hopes that he's well fed. Also says that he still doesn't know what Sebastian was wearing over a little over a year later, right? And so Tony brought up a really good point that they could simply do process of elimination and figure out that, which shirt wasn't there still, right? And Seth has accounted for all the shirts at his house. So I'm not sure, why they're playing semantics still. One of 3 depictions and all of this nonsense. There's still no specifics, right? And that's very disheartening. Because, you would think that Katie would be racking her brain trying to figure out what he was wearing last. And again, Seth says that, he doesn't think that he was still wearing that or anything today. But it was a good point that Girl Mom 2 brought up, that we still don't have the specifics there because they're still playing semantics, in my opinion. And they talked about Sebastian's bedtime routine at Seth. Seth says that at his house, Sebastian showers before bed because there's nothing like getting into, a clean bed. It's nice to calm down and take a hot shower, right? Get in your clean bed and your sheets and everything. At his mom's house, it said that he takes a shower when he gets up. And, again, not trying to bash Katie, but an hour to do all that in the morning is way too much, in my opinion. And then someone asked if he has trouble sleeping, and Seth says no, he doesn't. He said that, he may sleep for like 10 to 12 hours sometimes when he comes to his house. Now, one thing I will speak on from my own experience is that when you have trauma and you are in a situation where you are in fear, it's very difficult to sleep, and it causes a lot of issues with sleep. You may only be able to get an hour and then you're wide awake because you're in hypervigilant mode, right? An example for me is when I moved from Missouri, I couldn't believe how much sleep I was getting here. And I was like, maybe I'm sick or something's wrong with me, because I had slept like I hadn't slept in years when I moved here, but it was because I felt safe finally. And in my opinion, I think that Sebastian slept because he felt comfortable, he felt safe, right? And there's just something to be said about that. And in my experience, when I feel safe, I can sleep. If I don't feel safe, I don't sleep. It's just how it is. I hate that for Sebastian. He said that when he was on at his dad's house for, say a week or on vacation, he'd be up playing video games and staying up late, but that's normal, right? Because, you don't have school, you don't have anything to do. Again, he's probably comfortable and everything in that environment. It makes a huge difference. It really does. Seth has a family attorney, but he does not have like a criminal attorney. This family attorney isn't involved in the case at all, from Tony's account. And I will say that I believe that this is an attorney that was retained by Seth to get the CPS records, right? Because you have to have an attorney in order to do that. And I think that's where that came in. Just my opinion, though. I'm not 100%. They also don't want to jeopardize their relationship with law enforcement by speculating or bashing the other parents, which is smart. Again, we have to keep our cool, right? Because if we don't, then we're going to look like the crazy one. That's what somebody that, wants everything taken, wants the eye taken off of them would be happy that the other parent was doing, in my opinion. And then also National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, will do an age progression after 2 years, but Seth said that he's going to check with his contact over there, and he's also going to talk with law enforcement and see what they can do. So fantastic, right? And then someone commented that Larry Ninjago was the costume that the little boy in Missouri was wearing. Just to clarify, because, and we thought it was Ninja Turtles too, and then we were also thinking it could have been another ninja. Well, it was Larry Ninjago, right? And Seth talks about his list that he has for the U.S. embassies across the world, which I think is a fantastic idea. They also thanked a young lady named Maddie. Maddie, thank you, from Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives, for campaigning for a billboard. It's a permanent spot on a billboard, and how it works is that they're doing it for free, and all they do is call up and say, hey, can we put Sebastian's missing poster on our billboard? We have a spot here, and it'll be free. And so they've been doing that, and of course they take every opportunity they can to do that. And I just think that that's a wonderful thing, and I'm so glad. And Seth says that she's doing other things as well. Once she knocks out one task, she's back for more, doesn't complain, and it's wonderful because, thousands of cars are seeing this billboard no matter where it is. And so I think it's fantastic, and I just think that that's so wonderful. And also someone said bring back the milk cartons, and I agree, they need to bring back the milk cartons. That was a good way to spread awareness. And then also Seth brings up a fantastic point. When we were little, we'd see those people on the milk cartons, and then we'd realize, like, hey, it's probably not a good idea to go with someone we don't know. Or, if somebody says, hey, come, can you help me with my dog, or can you help me with my cat, or something like that. Welcome back, Sasha. Hey, Mally Cat. We think twice, right? Because we don't want to get snatched up. And I think that's another great form of awareness, right? And then we get into Sebastian's favorite fishing hole. And I just wanted to put proof up there because we had some haters. Not in here, thankfully, but on the streets. And KJ Max says, oh, I didn't see embassy part of the list and consulates as well. Yes. Some of the smaller cities have them. I'll write that down too. Thank you so much, KJ Mac. I don't think he put it up just yet, but he may have. I'll say embassy and then consulates. Thank you so much. Because, I want to get a kind of a list myself together. Yay, Melly Cat's off work. That's right, James. I don't think he has anything to do with it at all. He wouldn't be calling on the FBI to help. Oh, and I did put that up as well, guys. The petition is still active, so definitely head over to change.org and sign the petition, write a reason why, share it on your social media, and just share. Um, Thank you, Debbie Ton. Thank you. Yeah, she says I have insomnia, and I absolutely agree with you, Lady Freedom. I just think he just felt safe there. I think he was calm enough to sleep. And a young man at 15 years old should never have insomnia. It just breaks my heart. And I'm not saying that he does, but if he was having trouble sleeping, as his mom said at her house, and she did say that, I heard her say it, that makes me sad. And James says, in my opinion, Sebastian is not in Tennessee, but so many other states between Tennessee and Oregon, and Washington is more likely, or even down towards Florida. But I would fear that so many places in between. Well, there are so many places, and we just don't know. I agree. So thank you, James. And Tony Fire says, my friend always says, so nice to have the kids come visit. But man, nice to see the brake lights after a long week. Silence and clean home. Tony, I know. And I bet you the silence is so deafening at Seth's, Thank you, KJ Mack. That is right. Whoever managed to get these billboards get a standing ovation. For real. I mean, that takes a lot. And Tony said it was like a month's effort of a campaign, trying and trying. And, I'm so glad he said that, because going back to Shawshank, right? Andy Dufresne writing those letters, writing them. And then they're like, here, take it, but don't write us any more letters. He's like, well, next time I'm going to write 2 letters a week, So, sometimes we can bug in a good way, and we got to keep our cool. Keep our cool, just like Seth did. It's important too. Hey, Celine. Celine says, what about convenience stores? They have systems set up for missing people, silver alerts with picture and information. Stores have messages and billboards over the lottery machines across the screen. Smiley Story, I saw a post from her, and I meant to share it. But she said that Sebastian's missing information came up on a lottery machine, and I don't know if it was one she was playing or if it was somebody sent that to her, but those are very good options. We had one at the Come and Go, and I went in there and asked, and they did not know. It was like all loaded in there by law enforcement, but they had like missing people, they had fugitives, they had all types of like information, have you seen this person? And I tried to get it on there, but they didn't know how law enforcement did it. So unfortunately I wasn't able to. But thank you, Irony Rose. Thank you. Let's see here. Yeah, so wonderful. So wonderful. And so it's in time well spent. You know what I mean? That's something to feel good about. I mean, could you imagine how she must have felt after she had that? Ah, thank you so much. Somebody gift a membership. Oh, thank you, Mally Cat, for gifting the membership. If you got a membership from Mally Cat, please say thank you. Oh, that was so awesome. Thank you so much, Mally Cat. You're amazing. Sasha, I've heard mixed reviews on the sleeping in the garage thing. I've heard, yes, the neighbors said that, and then I've heard that it was debunked. But then, I don't know why they would say that if. Oh, KJ Mac, that is a good idea. Imagine having missing children information on store receipts next to the coupons and promo stuff, like on the back of it. That is such a good idea. That is such a good idea. Yeah. Sasha says, why wouldn't this child be able to sleep at this home? It's clean, quiet, and dark. Yeah. It's just anxiety, it's your brain doesn't shut off, right? Because you're just worried. You're hyper vigilant, right? So even if you do get a snooze in, you're up again a couple hours later thinking you might have a nightmare, Mm. Mm, 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 mm. There you go, Tony Fire. That's so funny. He says, yippee, green again. Yay, Tony. All right, guys, let's watch this next clip. I'm sorry, I've been gabbing your ears off. And okay, so we got a couple more.
Me, I like to go fishing where there's fish. I like Yellow Creek, Yellow River, Red River. All of that runs into the Cumberland. You just got to get past the nasty pollutants that are here in Tennessee. Because I like to eat what I catch.
CNY family at night had mentioned a tip about New York. Can you touch on that? I'm in New York. I have to get with Nick on that. CNY. I think I remember hearing something about that, but I'll get with Nick on that for sure. Appreciate you offering to help. Certainly use people helping in every state. So thank you very much for that.
I answered that question. The dogs were there when I was there. The video for that, it was too dark and grainy for me to be able to see anything. Well, I'm a dad, so my 14-year-old son has a crush on Taylor Swift. All right. Well, I'm not a Swiftie, and he had a crush on Taylor Swift. Can't blame the kid. I mean, hormonal children or teenagers, of course they have, but yes, he did like Taylor Swift. Yes, I let him listen to some of it. Not one of my favorite things. Nothing against her. I just don't, my opinion of Taylor Swift is she writes a lot of songs about bad choices in men. Don't know what to tell her, except for obviously she's making bad choices considering that. Yes, but Sebastian did have a crush on her. Nick's over here. Volunteer at night.agency. If you want to help volunteer for them.
We've got people that are helping us both, that are helping us, helping them. So whether one of us gets the volunteer or the other one, they'll get where they need to be.
Lady Freedom, what's not to like about turtles in a half shell? Turtle power. I love you, Sebastian Wayner, all the way to the moon and back. Hopefully he is not on the moon in a Tesla. Yeah, as soon as I'm off this live, I'm going to take care of that one. I will let you know that I just shared his flyer on my community post. So that way people can print off the newer one. Sebastian have bedtime routines. Again, at my house, it was, take a shower, brush your teeth, make sure you wash your hair and your face, and you're a guy, wash underneath your delicacies. And then get out of the shower, brush your teeth, put on deodorant, then get jammies on. And, from there, it was more, after the shower, relax, hot shower, kind of relaxes him better, and get him ready. And I know that, he was 15. I still tucked him,
Love Wins had a question. When the live is over, you're going to go back and read all the comments to make sure you didn't miss anything or any, all ideas. Absolutely. I can tell you that Seth goes back. I do not, but Seth goes back and reads every single comment. I know that for a fact. And he reads comments that are after the live is posted. He reads those comments as well. So he, anybody that didn't get thanked tonight, obviously we appreciate and thank all of you guys, but we certainly will see the comments. If we don't see them now, we'll see them later.
Did I miss AMC's question?
Yeah, guys, you got to understand how fast this chat is going, and neither one of us have claimed to be content creators, so we're still kind of learning at this, so please be patient with us.
Oh my gosh, I don't know that I could answer as many questions as I do with that many people in the chat. And it was going so fast too. It was like lightning speed. Bad Actor says children who have experienced sex abuse often face significant difficulties with sleep, which can manifest in various ways, including insomnia, nightmares, and disrupted sleep patterns. Thank you, Bad Actors. I agree 100%. 100%. Yes. Debutante. I can't believe there were no Ninja Turtle emojis on that, or memes on that one. I know I missed the boat totally on that one. Oh no. Thank you for calling me out though. I love that. C. Taylor says, I love it. Seth is practical. I like to fish, or I like to go fishing where there's fish. Exactly. See, but I'm like more like Sebastian. I'm like, okay, I need a phone. I need some music. I need, So true though. So true. Tony Fire says, my heart hurts for Seth. He misses his voice so much. I wonder when he last smiled, and he looks like a happy guy. Yeah, Seth, I agree, Tony. Seth seems like a very hearty person. That's another thing my mom used to say is, she used to say that about me, like, you're a very hearty person, like you might get down about things, but then you bounce back easy, right? And he seems that way to me. But it is so hard, and I think that he's not going to be smiling until he has Sebastian back. Oh, did I miss one from KJ Mack? I didn't see the KJ Mack says, oh, okay, the receipts. Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss a good one. Thank you, Irony. Thank you so much. It is grueling. It is grueling, Sasha. I believe he rides the regular bus. I believe he rode the regular bus. C. Taylor. There we go. That's the one I saw earlier. You guys cracked me up. I should have had some really kick-ass turtle memes, and I lost it. And Splinter. We can't forget about Splinter. I always liked him. He's resilient. Good word for Seth. Debutante. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, and again, there's the volunteer at night.agency, and I'm going to put that all, in together for us too. So it's in one spot. So Seth likes to go fishing, he said, at Yellow Creek, Yellow River, and Red River, and they all run into the, Cumberland. So that's interesting. I didn't know that. And then he says he likes to eat the fish that he catches, so he wants to go to a place where, he can do that. And then someone asked about the New York lead that Nick posted, but I think that was a while back. But Tony's going to get with Nick about that and get back with NYC family on that. She had some really great questions too. I was really happy that she was asking those questions. And then again, Seth reiterates that the dogs were there the morning that he went to the house, February 26, 2024, but that the dogs were there. And then someone asked him if he could make out if it was Sebastian in the flashlight, or excuse me, in the trash can video. So there's apparently some surveillance of someone taking the trash out, but it's too grainy and dark to tell who exactly it is. And so in that case, he just really can't make heads or tails of it. Then we go into Taylor Swift, which I did remember her memes. But you know, I told you guys I am a Swiftie, and so is my daughter. So, but Seth is not a Swiftie, and he does say that Sebastian had a crush on Taylor Swift. But you know, I understand how Seth put it was funny. You know, he can't really relate to Taylor Swift because her songs are really about like bad breakups and like revenge on her boyfriend. So, I mean, I can't see, I can't see Seth jamming out to that, but you know, he confirmed it nevertheless. And let's see here. Seth also said, oh, Tony was saying that Seth always reads the comments, you know, all the comments that people leave. And so I thought that was really awesome because I thought, you know, I'm sure people wonder, and you know, there's been times, but usually he'll always put a heart or something like that, or say something like thank you, just really gracious, you know. Um, he does. Debbie Tani does have great taste in music. So funny, so funny. Cece says Seth seems to be more refined and confident since he has become associated with Tony versus when this all started. Yeah, I feel Tony is good for him. I do too, CC. I do too. And it's nice to hear him having, you know, a sense of humor still. I think it takes a lot of resilience, really, like Debutan said, you know, to keep that about yourself. You know what I mean? I mean, it keeps your sanity. It just does. The Orange River, the Orange River. The delicate, wash your delicacies. That was a good way to say it. You know what I mean? You gotta be creative on these streets. You can't just come out and say it, you know? Now we got bad blood. Exactly. Her karma song. I found a karma one from her. I said, yeah, that's a good one. And Sammy says this is a huge there's a huge national forest halfway between me and Hendersonville that I think about all the time, but probably because I don't understand directions. Wish we had a map. Maybe Silvers can make one. Yeah, I would love to see kind of a map of all of the places that everybody searched and everything, Sammy. And I'm not great with maps either. I'm the same way. And I tried to do an astrology map thing the other day and I was like completely lost. It was so bad. I was like, I don't get it. I don't know. That was YouTube approved, Connie. Exactly. Exactly. Um, so yeah, let's play these next two clips because I know we're running over 4 hours, guys. I'm sorry for keeping you here so long, but I enjoy every minute. Here we go.
I'm not seeing AMC's question, but
I thought AMC asked a question earlier, and I thought I posted and answered it.
yeah, you can ask it again. And we're getting pretty close to getting ready to shut things down. So
Yeah,
but if you want to ask that question, AMC, we're certainly not ignoring you.
I will. This, you know, hold on. I don't know where in Kentucky, but I will find out, Nicole. And I've already got somebody that's. I'm sorry, Deborah. I've already got somebody in Kentucky that's messaged me. They're waiting to go check it out. Was there someone found today at a St. Jude? No, that the St. Jude's was last year. They found bones, and it turned around being over 100 years old because there's a lot of where they're building now is on an old cemetery, and that's what they were digging up was old bones. So yeah, no. Still don't know where. I haven't seen it. I missed a question from Smiley. Please go back on the news. That's what I've done with my daughter. I don't know if Sebastian would even know how to use Discord. I mean, I use Discord for all my D&D campaigns and any of the games I'm on. But Sebastian, I know he didn't have an account. And I don't think he would even know how to use it. Sam, and he is not a deep sleeper. Didn't I answer that question? I'm swearing I did, because it depended on his mood. I mean, he's a 15-year-old child. If he was watching cartoons, he might start talking about Minecraft. If he's playing video games on his Switch, then he likes to talk. He likes to tell you. It's not really talk. He likes to tell you what he's done. He's like, this is what I did in my game, you know. And then he'll sit there and tell you everything that he's been doing. To me, it was always the easiest way for me to communicate with him and get him to start to talk to me was to ask him, you know, what are you playing? What have you done? What have you accomplished with it? I'm sorry. Love wins. Sebastian did not have braces or a retainer. I will figure out where that is. Time. See, I like that one. Time to FAFO. Hello, Raven Wolf. I did answer the one about Missouri. I don't believe it was Sebastian. It was too young. I do not play Death by Daylight. I have no idea what that is. I can't answer that question. I have no idea. I don't know if they would do an infomercial on Sebastian. I don't think they have that. Would be nice if places like Prime, YouTube, any streaming that they sit there and, you know, like Pandora does, they have commercials and stuff. It'd be nice if they actually had missing people on there, missing children on that. They should be, you know, instead of selling that space for, you know, to somebody for their advertisement to buy a new car, you know, I think our children are more precious than a new car. It'd be really nice if we could get them to say, actually do that.
I agree.
There's just so much that I don't see big companies doing because it doesn't affect them. And missing children, missing people in general should affect everybody in a civilized world. Have either of you seen my comments? Just saying, we see your comments. And I will say hi to you too.
Hello, Ida. We appreciate you.
I appreciate y'all thinking I'm an amazing father. I just try to be a father. I don't know. You're dead right, Tony. I'm still behind in chat. I mean, I'm at 750 in chat. There's no way I can keep up. Sebastian was. I know I was. You know, I think you might have the Seth and Sebastian mixed up, but Sebastian was aware. Black Hawk, I can't answer that question. And Lisa, Sebastian's favorite one is, I don't know about algebra, but math was one of his favorite subjects. I mean, I cannot. Um, at night, it does their own investigations. They do pass things to me, but anything that they're doing at the border and what Dog is doing, that is a complete separate entity. They'll let me know if they want me to know. But at the same point in time, Nick knows what I'm doing. He knows what leads I'm tracking down, so that way we can check them all off. Thank you, John Q. I don't have a choice, though. I mean, I will be on this case until my son is found.
Seth, check the private chat, buddy.
All righty. Well, yeah, we've been on for an hour and a half. No wonder. Well, I hope I was able to answer some of y'all's questions. I hope I was able to fill you in on some of the stuff that's going on right now. Tony, do you have anything to say?
No, just if you see something, say something. You know, try to stay focused on Sebastian. Seth or I, neither one can force you to support us. Even if you support Chris and Katie, you're still supporting someone who has a missing child. So, you know, we would just ask you to.
I ask you to support finding Sebastian.
100%. You know, this attacking back and forth and whatnot, I mean, it's just not productive. And, you know, everybody says, did you see this? Did you see that? I don't see any of that unless somebody sends it. And most of you that are close to me know that I don't like seeing any of that. Neither does Seth. So we don't watch channels that we don't support. You know, we're not, you know, if they're keeping Sebastian's name out there in any way, we're grateful for that, but we don't get involved in all the minutia. We just ask you guys to keep Sebastian at the forefront. And, you know, it's kind of like the world we live in. We don't all have to get along, but if we're all patriotic Americans, then we've still got something in common. And here in this situation, if we all want Sebastian found, then, you know, that one thing right there ought to be enough to keep us from fighting with each other. So it's a lot of stress. It's a lot of drama. It doesn't need to happen. And, you know, if you're firing shots at us, we're not seeing it anyway. We've got everybody trained not to bring it to us. So We just keep it moving. We're busy. We got things to do. We got a child to feed. I'll close in saying to all the mods, to chat, to anybody in Sebastian's Army that wasn't able to make it tonight, we appreciate you tonight as always and moving forward. So thank you. God bless you. And we hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Sebastian's Army.
Okay, guys, so that was the end there. I guess there were some old bones found over at St. Jude's when they were digging things up. There was an old cemetery, but Seth confirmed that had nothing to do with Sebastian. I hope they find a good place for those people, though. I don't like the idea of anybody being dug up even after 100 years. I don't know how that all works, though. But prayers for their families and but either way, Sebastian probably didn't use Discord. Someone asked about Discord. He didn't have an account, and Discord's kind of different. I don't mess with Discord, but not that I haven't thought of maybe doing something with it. But he also reiterated that Sebastian is not a deep sleeper, that he likes to tell people about what he's doing in his game. So one of his favorite things to talk about is kind of like what all he's done in his game. Like, for instance, I kind of pictured Minecraft because I'm more familiar with that game. You build things in the game and stuff like that. So he probably really enjoyed telling about, how far he's gotten in there. And Seth would always ask him about it, trying to engage him. And that's one thing that I always see across the board is Seth trying to engage Sebastian, which is what every parent really should be doing with their kids. Let them know that you're interested in what they're doing. It's really important, in my opinion. But Sebastian did not wear braces or a retainer. And then Seth talks about how our children are so much more precious than, the ads that we're seeing every day. And I agree with him. I think that they need to put some more efforts towards awareness of missing people and missing children, especially. Let's see. Oh, and then also I do remember Seth searching at Natchez State Park. I do remember that with Jay Jones. Yes. And then also math was Sebastian's favorite subject, or one of them. Debutante says, that I need to do like a mashup with Taylor Swift. I will try really, really hard. She is one that like copyrights right away. Taylor Swift does. So I know, I wish I could. Maybe I'll figure something out. That would be fun. Though that would be really fun, Debutante. I'll work on something. Hopefully we can get it rolling on that. And then thank you so much to Crafting and True Crime. That was so sweet of you. And KJ Mac, I'm so glad that we're keeping you entertained while you're waiting for your connection. That's great, guys. Thank you all. And Neuro V, it's so good to see you. Neuro V says, morning, Lady Freedom. I forgot if Seth said if America's Most Wanted went into KNC's house to take photos of Sebastian's bedroom. I do not know. All he said was that he did ask them to contact, Katie and, well, Sebastian's mom. And so, but I'm not sure if they went into the house or not. But that's a really great question. And then, Tony closes the live basically saying that attacking back and forth doesn't help anything. He tells people, don't send me the drama, you know what I mean? Which is super smart because it causes extra stress, and it makes you angry. I know when people send me things and I'm like, ugh, you know what I mean? And then I'm like, dang it, here I go clicking on it. But then it also, it's a waste of time. It really is. It's a waste of time. And we don't have time for that hatred. Not in a case where we have such a loving young man up here that we're looking for. And Cece says, Brandy, I was going to meet Seth and JLR that day to help search Natchez Trace. Thank you. Natchez Trace State Park, but ended up with the flu that weekend. Aw, Cece. That's so sweet of you, though. That's the thought that counts. I'm glad you got better there. I live right outside that park, but It's 47,000 acres. Wow, that's huge. I didn't realize it was that big. Thanks, Cece, for letting us know that. That's crazy. Wow. And Tony says, in my opinion, Sebastian's not far from his home, but if I suspect someone's trip, the sour Canadian road trip with the RV. Yeah, sour socks, excuse me. Yeah. I've always been kind of in the back of my mind with that Alaska trip and stuff like that, Tony. So I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Hey, Adam Forever 21, missed you guys with down disc in your back. Oh, goodness sakes. Oh, I'm so sorry. That is painful. Oh, I hope you're getting to feel better soon. Children are most important, Connie. Yes, she says, I agree with Seth. Children are most important. Thank you, Connie. Tony says, it's my early morning wake up entertainment. I love to chat with the tribe. Aw, thank you, Tony. No haters, no judges, just real talk. Aw, just as it is. Thank you, Tony. You guys are amazing. You guys are what makes the chat so wonderful too, because everybody's so kind to each other. And I know sometimes I might disagree with some of the things, or we might disagree with each other, but it's all, it seems like healthy speculation. You know what I mean? My heart aches for Seth. Jenny, thank you, Jenny. Wonder if they had a lead from the live. Possibly. I would think they would have lots of leads coming in, especially whenever Seth goes live. So I hope so too, Neuro. I do. And Jenny says, my heart aches for Seth. It's unimaginable what you are going through all the time, not knowing anything. I know, Jenny. And that's the hardest thing. And I think he's holding up the best he can. I really do. He always does a great job, Connie. But yeah, Connie says Seth did a great job of answering questions. Thanks, Seth and Tony. Oh, thank you so much, Connie. That's wonderful. Thank you for the green hearts, Brandy. And I agree 100%. Tony did a really nice job of just, keeping it, again, neutral to positive, being, steady, just basically saying, hey, it's not helpful. That's why we don't do it, But I was expecting a side eye from Tony that I didn't get whenever Seth answered a question that maybe he thought he shouldn't. I was waiting for another side eye opportunity, but nope. Again, Tony stayed very, very much even keeled as he usually is. Yeah. They are awesome, Tony. And they just do a fantastic job together. They're really a good team. We all have Sebastian in common. Thank you for reminding us, Connie. That's exactly right. Thank you. That's exactly right. If we can keep focused on that and put some of the things aside, I think we would be in a much better place. I really do. And I think that's the message that they were sending as well. I really do. And Brandy and Indy says it was someone left when they moved a very old cemetery. I don't agree with moving cemeteries. I know, because how can you tell what's what or who's who? And then, yeah, I know. I don't agree with that either, Brandy. I thought that was a little bit, you know. Yes, Tony Fire says exactly, Connie, just like Gabby Petito became our child and we searched. Same here, to be honest. CP's behavior made us more stubborn to find Sebastian. Yeah, I think so too. And then, like, the laundry parents we were kind of, fighting that battle, Gabby. Yes, Tony, I knew what you meant. Good. Put the pressure on them, in my opinion, with America's Most Wanted. Yes. And please let John Walsh talk to them. I'm really hoping for that, because like I said, I think he's a very good judge of kind of what a mother looks like when they're grieving, because of his wife, and what she's going through. And Debutante says, true, but maybe get your people in a contact with her people and tell her what it's for, and get the rights to use her music. It's for a wonderful cause. It is, Debutante. I wonder if I could get a hold of her and ask, do you mind if I just use like a little bit of your song, T Swift? Causes stress and doesn't help find Sebastian. Exactly, Connie. And it doesn't. It just causes more chaos, right? It really does. Um, oh, okay, Sammy. They moved the cemetery long ago, but apparently missed some bones. Oh, jeez. Uh, it said there were a lot of cemeteries moved as the big cities expanded, right? Or may have been outskirts of the city or not part of the city 100 years ago. Right, exactly. Well, that's true. It is 100 years ago. That is very true. Yeah, thank you for that, Sammy, because that makes sense too. And Crafting and True Crime says, what was the lead that we're speaking on during the live? I want to say it was in Kentucky. Yes. So, Crafting, they had, excuse me, they had a lead come in from someone that said that they saw Sebastian at their doctor's appointment, or possibly Sebastian when they were at their doctor's appointment in Kentucky, but they didn't specify where in Kentucky. So hopefully they pass that information along. And I mean, I'm sure we would have heard something by now, unfortunately. Um, the magic is if you don't agree with something we say, you will always say, I understand why you say that, but I don't agree because of that. You don't tell us just to F off. No, I don't want to do that, Tony. I don't. Because I appreciate your guys' opinion. I do. And I understand that we all get frustrated with things, because sometimes if I was to come up here and say what I really thought when I'm angry, it would be totally different. And you guys would be like, calm down, Lady Freedom. But I would be, I would just rant and rave at you guys, and I don't want to do that. But I also think it's good to set a good example. All of us set a good example and be a better example for each other. Because Sebastian needs us to be, and he deserves to have, quality people on his side that are going to take a step back and say, okay, I need to collect myself and be kind, because like even killing some, I don't know, I guess I'm just channeling my mother tonight. But she would say, kill him with kindness, because believe it or not, people get even more mad. This is terrible. But they get even more mad if they're like, if you're killing them with kindness. So, but it's hard. It's hard. It's not easy, but it's just always kind of remembering that we always have the option of like controlling ourselves and stuff like that. And I appreciate you guys giving me reasons why you think something, is a certain way too, because sometimes, people will just like put a comment up there and they'll say like, well, I just think it's this in my opinion, instead of saying like why or anything. And then it's just, it's not as powerful if you don't put a reason behind it, supporting evidence or supporting thought or something like that. Aw, thank you, Tony. There's so many people that are good out there, though. I really enjoy, um, there's a lot of creators that I really enjoy, and I don't get to watch them as much, even our friend Don B, he does a great job of coverage. Justin, Smiley, I don't always get to see her either. BHB, she's early bird. I'm a night owl. She's an early bird, and so, thank you, Brandy and Indy. And I love your guys' mindedness too, because it's like I don't see you guys jumping all over each other and for having differences of opinion, and I really love that. Um, yes, good night, Miss Connie S. Thank you for being here. I know I'm gonna be hopping off too here. Yes, I love Don Holly S. I do too. Um, and um, I just so appreciate you guys, and I appreciate the way that you guys handle yourselves in the chat, where I don't have to feel like I'm referee, or I don't feel like the mods have to referee anybody. You guys are just very respectful, and and I appreciate when Seth comes in here showing all the love that you do. I loved seeing everybody showing all their love at at Seth's live, when he actually did his live. And because yeah, maybe there were a couple of trolls. I don't know if that one person was trolling, or if they were really like wondering if their question was asked. But, you know, um, we also got to understand that they're not going to be able to answer 3,000 questions. And I mean, we have so many questions, right? All of us do. So, but I think there was so much out of 3,000, I'm going to say 90% was love, and the rest might have been, getting booted, and stuff. But if you have that much, love, then that's a good thing, I think. And, glass half full type of a thing. Good night, C. Taylor. Good night. Thank you all so much for being here. C. Taylor, Holly S., Connie S. We have Brandy and Indy, Tony Fire. We have Crafting and True Crime, Sammy. We got, I'll say goodbye to everyone that I can see here. Debutante. Thank you so much. I'll work on that, Debutante. We're going to have to get a hold of T Swift. Irony Rose. Thank you, Irony Rose. Thank you guys all so much. Jenny. Thank you, Neuro V. Yes, and I know Jenny. And we all got to pray together, guys. That'll keep us strong too. CC, thank you so much. KJ Mac. Yes. And KJ Mac, I hope you get home safe, honey. I do. Sasha, we love you, Sasha. All right. Turtle power. Even though Sebastian, Turtle T Swift power. Turtle Swift power. Bad actors. Thank you so much. That your comment was very profound, and I appreciate what you said. And you all take care. Have a good night. I love you all very, very much, and I will see you tomorrow. We will talk more. Thank you.